Okay, good day, good day. Let me plug in my mic, my external mic. All right, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Do we have good audio, muffled audio, or does the mic sound? Audio sounds good. Hey, there we go. Yeah, so I had a good day at the beach. I went Pigeon Point Beach, and I was considering staying there to the Q&A, and I'm like, nah, bro, a little bit a little bit too tired for that. So I was like, you know what? I'll just do it on the balcony here with the view. So hey Charles, how was all day today? Hey Joycelyn. Um Try typing it again maybe, Kirish? Fascinating. Alright, let me check what happened to that command real quick. See if the next up command works today, by the way. Okay, so what happened to this one? There you Landy. Um, um, Okay, let's select all. Alright, let me delete. Hey, alright, let's see. What should I? Yeah. And set the to, let's see, moderator. Alright, I have changed it to estimation private. Try that instead. Let's see if that works. Wow. Is it not like in the link or something? That's kind of it's kind of weird, no? The heck? Hmm. It really doesn't it really doesn't mess with this link. That's crazy. All right, well, you're gonna have to do it manually. Um, that's okay. It seems like it probably doesn't mess with the link for some reason. Let's see if I take. I don't think you'll be able. Would you be able to click that without HTTPS? Let me check. Wow, it's not messing with the site at all. Damn, goodness me. All right. Well, we would have to disregard. We'd have to disregard this. That's mad unfortunate. We'd have to disregard this command then, and you have to do it manually. Yeah, yeah, of course you'll be fine. I just wanted it to work, but apparently it just doesn't like the site for whatever reason. All right. Select all, copy. I'll probably just pin this as well. I'll probably. All right. Should be then. All right. So, okay, feel free to post it. I don't know, I guess every 5 minutes. Make a nice little message and handle that scene. But good night, everybody. Good night. Hope you guys are having a wonderful time. I am not ready quite yet to go back to Trinidad, but that's small thing. This place I'm staying at, probably the best I've stayed on the island so far, and it's very comfortable. It's very, very comfortable. I have to admit. This is the first time in a while I'm actually wanting to stay a little bit longer here instead of going back to Trinidad. So fascinating, but yeah, it's I'll definitely try my best to book the same place early next year. Probably early in July, just not to, just in case. I'll try to get it. All right, so for the few people out here, we would wait for more people to come in, but we're going to start now. But for the few people in here, if you basically the link that is pinned at the top of the chat, it's a messaging platform. So if you do not want to ask your question in public, click that link and you could ask your question there. It's a very easy to use website. All you do is click the link, you legit see a message box, type in there, don't put your name, just type your message and send, and I'll get the message. So it's an anonymous way, so in case you don't want anybody to know you're the person asking a particular question, you could go ahead and do it through that way. So, just for anonymity, not everybody would want everybody to know that they ask a particular question to feel away, or just be comfortable. So that's what that site is for. Like I said, it's very easy. You don't need to sign up. You don't need to sign up for anything. You don't need to input any personal information. As soon as you click the link, it legit sends you to a message. You type your message and you click send right on done. That's it. You tested it? All right. Wonderful. So, hey, good night. So, anybody, we could kick off this session now. You guys feel free to ask anything. Could you drop a weather command real quick? Let me see what temperatures we're looking at. Let me guess like a 27 for now. Feeling like a 27 degrees Celsius. It's a little bit warm again tonight. Was I right? It's 1 degree warmer than it's feel. Yeah, I would agree with that. That is it is warm. It is warm, and that's one strange thing I've experienced here more than in Trinidad. Every night I've spent here so far, it's warm. Tonight's no different. Every night was warm. Yeah, every single last night was warm as heck. I think it rained when it rained for the first night of stream when I came off the boat and the pavement lime had rained really heavily that day. It was interesting. That was probably the heaviest shower of rain since the entire time in Tobago. And then it rained yesterday morning for like half an hour. But it was light, so I haven't gotten much rain in Tobago. I'm not too sure about Trinidad though, but hey, perfect transformation. Good night, good night. Yes, I will be streaming probably all panoramas until I'm fed up with it. Um it is virtually impossible for an independent creator to stream panorama. It's virtually important. I would have to be a media house and I would have to get proper rights if I am to ever stream panorama. Being a YouTuber, you don't have the rights to it. It is pay-per-view content. Anytime panorama is held in the grandstand, it's a commercial event at the end of the day. Even though it's for culture, it is a exported thing. So it's paid content. So I cannot ever, and not only me, any independent YouTuber is not allowed to stream any grandstands for panorama. That is copyrighted and sold content through means of pay-per-view and copyright rights and stuff. So the only way to watch those type of contents is to pay $5 or a local TV station, which I think TTT does it. So other than that, no, I will not be streaming panorama ever in the grandstand. So I get a media pass for 2025. Yes, I will attempt to get it. Mainly for Christopher's sake, however, because the movements I just try to make for Carnival, I don't really care about attaining a media pass or covering the stuff that the media pass attains. So if I'm to get it, which I would try, I would make an effort to get it. If they blank me, I'm going back again and try because there's wanted to do that. As a YouTuber, I've had the media pass for 1 year alone, and there's blanket sometimes, and I come back again. I'm really not into all of that, so I'll try to get it just for Christopher to stream at the grandstand for Carnival Day, so you all could see the stage crossing officially from there. And 1 or 2 other items, I'll try to get it for him to be in a better area to stream some events. But for me, no, but I'll get it. I'll try to get it. It's warm there as well. Yeah, it's very warm. All right, so we have a couple of questions on the secret app. Will I ever get married? I love it. Hitting off strong. I have no real intentions to. I would say it could be a very small possibility, like a 10% possibility in the future, maybe. But I personally don't really have intentions for marriage. It's not something I look towards. Even talking about it, don't really feel like smiley or happy about it. It's not something that I want really, but it can possibly happen. But that person has to be, I don't know, man. Not even like check all boxes because nobody's perfect, but I just move with a vibe totally with everything. So that person had to be on my same vibe level. And it's very hard to find people on your same level of vibes. So yeah, that's the best I could answer that basically. Is that an ambulance? Huh. What does it take to be a moderator for RadicleTube? Hmm. Um. So the way I chose most of my moderators that you see currently in the chat is basically all these guys with the wrench has been here basically every stream. Like they've barely missed any streams. And I'm not saying you have to be at every stream, but that's half the reason why these guys are moderators. They have been every single stream they come back. And it's not a case of me telling all YouTubers like to be like, hey, come back to the stream, come back every day, you know? Or they'll have a problem if they don't come back every day. I never did anything like that. And people like K Rich and Margaret and Charles and you'll see more moderators jump in after. They've been in the stream every single time I stream. Never said anything about it. And I've noticed, and um, they've done stuff like assistant chat. They've helped out with like they did stuff without me asking. So they were basically moderators without being a moderator type thing. Somebody would ask a question, and like I just miss a lot when I streaming. I just catch a lot, but I just also miss one or two things. And they would catch something and they would answer for me. And it's like I've never trained them to do that. And I was like, I guess that's how they are naturally. So that stuff like that catches my eye. So they helped out a lot in chat. They answered questions that they feel like how I would answer it. So they would help out people with stuff I miss, provide links, be like, hey, look, RadicleTube, social media, his donation link. They constantly did stuff like that. So I took notice, and one day, I don't even tell you when you're about to be moderated. I'll just do it. So one day you would just see a wrench next to your name. So I don't have like auditions for moderator and stuff like that because it doesn't feel like authentic in my opinion, you know? Like when somebody asks and then you give it, I like my moderators to be helpful, normal people in chat, and I will take notice. And it doesn't matter if there's thousands of people in the chat, I would always notice when somebody is being very helpful, very different. Like even now, as speaking and answering a question, there are some people that I have noticed in chat that are not moderators that I probably would moderate in the future as well. I have my eye on like 2 to 3 people currently. So that's how you really become a moderator. You just be active, be a regular. I don't want to discourage anybody. I try not to have too much moderators. So it might be a little difficult right now to be one because I have enough. I really do have enough. Damn, that's crazy. You'll have to invite the whole Rad Nation to that wedding. I mean, remember if it happens though, but yeah, if that's a vibe in the future, I will be live streaming. I might even DJ for a little bit. It might have a 30 minutes to an hour session with me on the DJ. I'll just be like, yo, DJ, let me just handle the scene for a little half an hour. Always a lot, but a little half an hour. And yeah, I could see myself DJing at my own event. Oh, that's so funny. And of course, I wouldn't go in the bar. I wouldn't go in that would make sense. That's like you know your weekend and your own thing. So I won't go in the bar, but what I'll do, I'll invigorate people to all join by the bar and take shots because I like to instigate. I like to instigate a lot. So I'll do that. For sure there will be a lot of instigating at that event. For sure, for sure. Yeah, I know you lose all the ambience, the frogs and the cicadas. There's a lot of insect noises for real though. There's a lot of insect noises around. Will you switch from stag to? You mean from carib to stag? I mean from carib to stag. No, no. I unless stag changes their taste, I will never switch from stag to carib. I would never do that. The taste of the stag is what turns me off, which is coincidentally what a lot of stag drinkers say about carib is the taste of the carib that stag has a taste that I don't really mess with. So, and to be honest, I drink less carib now than I used to before. I prefer lighter beers now. People say that's a sign of aging. Possibly. I used to be able to take down like 10 carib, 15 caribs, and it feels weird when I consume that much carb now. And I physically can't. It hurts. So I, I'll probably knock like 3, 4 carbs now. I don't really drink that much carb anymore. What I do is I've switched gradually to like lighter beers, like the Coors Light and the Pilsners. I drink those more now than the actual carb itself. So I don't even drink that much carb anymore. I've spoken to a lot of older folks and they say that's a getting older thing. So I guess I getting older. I don't know. You just can't consume as much beers like heavy beers like that anymore. Would you ever stop losing the umbrella? um, I don't know. This is something that has troubled me my whole life. So I, losing umbrellas has just become synonymous with my personality. Like before streams, I've been losing umbrellas since primary school, secondary school, college. I don't think I would ever stop lose umbrellas. It's because I think that stems from the fact that I don't like to carry stuff in my hand, right? I hate carrying stuff in my hand. Even a watch. I don't like carrying stuff with me because I don't usually do it. So I think that's why I forget a lot of umbrellas because it feels so weird carrying around this item. If you've noticed, my umbrellas have survived more when I carry the knapsack. If you've noticed that. My umbrellas have survived 3 times longer when I've actually walked with a bag. But because I hate carrying extra stuff, that's probably why I lose so much umbrellas in my life. So I'll keep losing umbrellas, I'm sure, and it makes for good content. Like losing umbrellas on my channel is like hand in hand, and it gives something for you all to keep laughing about. And you're all seeing that it is a true thing. I just keep losing umbrellas. It's not like a joke thing. It's facts at this point. Hey, Patricia. Ooh, you're turning 47. You cut my bears. Yo, 47. Nice, bro. Nice, nice. Wait. What day is your birthday falling on, Wolf? I have a question. You still upset or disappointed with Rajesh? Yes, yes, I am. Yes, I am still upset that you have not come and personally phoned me and link with me, Rajesh. I'm still upset about that. I told you I would not get over that until you come vibes with me. And it hurt my feelings like a 1%, you know. So anybody coming in, welcome to the stream. This is our Q&A session. Ask anything you want. If you feeling a little bit tentative, don't worry. I planned for that. I made sure to cover all my bases. There is a website. It's pinned at the top of the chat. That is a anonymous message board where you could type your message if you don't want anybody to know it's you asking the question. Okay, I've planned for people who don't want to be public about the questions. Once you click the link that's at the top of the chat, it carries you to a message board. Do not put in your name. I and all don't even want to know who asked the question because, you know, you wanted to ask it personally and privately. So don't put in a name, just put in your question and hit send. The send button is right under the message board. So that's for people who, you know, a little bit more secretive, don't want people to know that they asked the question. You could use that link in the top of the chat there, and it will be posted if you can't see the website at the top of the chat. Hey, is your name Annabelle Fun? But it's so together. That's cool. No, yeah. Perfect transformation, that's true. I guess that is a male thing. Men do men do knowingly hate to carry load. And I guess I fall into the bracket. I really don't. And we do travel with less stuff on average. You know, the ladies have the nice handbag, and this is the differences between men and women, and that's why women are important as well. The stuff that a lot of men feel to carry, women just have and end up helping men, which is so funny. But yeah, carrying load, it's just something about carrying stuff around, bro. It doesn't feel like you're enjoying yourself when you have stuff. You just feel like you have to take care of it almost. Not like a child level, that's too big, but like you just feel like you had to babysit your stuff when you carry it, and that is kind of dampen wherever you're celebrating by a little bit. It's like, yeah, jumping up. My phone, my keys, my wallet, my stuff, everything in this bag. I should keep this close to me. Or I probably shouldn't jump too hard if something fly out. Or like, what if I lose this? It's like, yeah, just how to babysit the items, and it's annoying. It's annoying. It's very annoying. November the 1st? Alright. Why you don't like pillow? Two reasons. Two reasons. The first 50% of the reason I don't like pillow is because the taste of pillow. Pillow has a taste because you're browned stuff. I'm mixing the rice with the meat in that browning solution. It doesn't taste good. That flavor transferred onto the rice does not taste good. It's not it. That's the main thing. And a lot of people have cooked pilau for me, saying that their own is the best. Every pilau does taste. Now let me break this down. Every pilau does taste the same, but yet it don't. Now everybody pilau does have a little bit of differences, but it's like the same base taste. Everybody pilau does taste basically the same. Even though it's wet, dry, sappy effect in between, missing meat, have 5 different meats. Everybody pilau does taste the same, and that taste I don't like. And secondly, it's how much Trinidadians just consume pilau for me. Growing up, the easiest meal to make in the household is a pilau if you don't want to cook, because at the end of the day, a lot of people just be working, and they're coming home, and the easiest thing to cook without stress is pillau. You're going on a school trip, easiest thing to cook the package, pillau. You're going on a river line, pillau. You're going on a beach line, pillau. Anything that requires more than 5 friends in a group, and you're all bouncing ideas what to cook for this lime in a friend group, pillau. It's not always pillau, but it is like 80% of the time your lineman is pillau, because it's something you can make in great abundance and it's super quick. So having that much pillau growing up, I don't like pillau at all. You can never get me to eat pillau anymore. I would be starving and still not eat pillau. Is there a reason you didn't cover the Fog Angels beach fete? Yes, there is 2 reasons. There's 2 reasons I did not cover the Fog Angels beach fete. Number 1, Tish, I'm living my life. I know she covers it. She's covered it every year, and she does a good job with it. And secondly, I don't try to cover every single thing as a streamer. I don't try to cover everything. So like, I know beforehand that was taking place, but I don't really have interest in covering. I cover stuff that I want to cover, or that a lot of people have interest in. And then this is the last day before I go back to Trinidad. So I don't really want to stream on the road walking again on my last day. I walked enough yesterday, and it's something that I'm cool letting other people do. I don't really have any interest in covering the Fog Angels thing. That is well attended to already, and like I said, ending up my explanation, I don't need to cover everything. So I just relax sometimes and just chill, and then go back out there again. So why the long nails? So I've had long nails since high school, because this is a strange thing. I don't know if you would understand it, but I'll try to explain the long nails thing as best I can. So I have a chronic nail biting problem, right? And every time you would have seen me in the past, I'll be chewing down my nails, just like a lot of women and guys do. I'll be chewing down on my nails straight past the point. You should know what point we're talking about when it comes to nails, chewing past that point. And then I would often develop this I forgot what people call it, but you know how your skin does peel at the side of your finger, and that does pain a little bit? It's pain a lot sometimes, actually, because of how your nails, you bite your nails. And people keep recommending me to do different things. Put aloe vera on your hand, Brandon, so you wouldn't bite it, because the sourness could put you off. No, I would bite through and bear that sourness, that bitterness of the aloe vera, and still bite my nails. People recommended that put clear coat, put garlic. None of those things work. All the recommended did not work. And there was one point in time where I was so occupied. I think this was around, I was probably like 16. I was 16. And that's when I first started working in catering, because I started at 16 years old. And there's a period of time that I was working so much over the course of a month and a half that I barely had time to cut my nails. I was legit working a whole month in catering, because I did start working at the higher total. So I was working so much, I didn't even have time to cut my nails. And that was the first time in my life that my nails kind of grew longer than it's ever been. And then I tried biting my nails for like a week, and it was like, I wasn't getting through. It was like, my nail was hard, it was long and it was hard, and it was getting me fed up. I was like frustrated, just keep trying to bite this long nail, and it just didn't work. And eventually I just give up. And I realized, wait, the length of time just started to grow. I stopped biting my nails for a month, 2 months, 3 months, because my nail was long and it was stiff, it was hard. And I was just fed up. I couldn't bite it anymore. And that's how I discovered that was the remedy for me. I know it's strange, but stick with me. That was the remedy for me stop biting my nails. Just grin at them, and since then, I haven't bitten my nails like how I used to before. And I thought I was healed. I thought I was healed. But every time my nails just break, my nails just break just like anybody nails. And there was a time 4 months ago, all the nails on my hand were short, all of them. And yeah, I just started biting my nails again. I don't know, but I've had my nails so long now that um, it's just a part of me now. You know, I've had these long nails so long, so I guess that's the reason why. Are you are you single? Do you have a boyfriend or girlfriend? I love how you're inclusive with the question because you can never be too sure if somebody has the opposite gender or the same gender. The answer to both of those questions are no. No. I am flying solo. I don't have a girlfriend or boyfriend. But like I said, props to you being inclusive, you know, not assuming. I like that. I like that. Will Rad Nation ever have a meet and greet? Yes. I do want to have a pop-up meet and greet with everyone, but I'll have to find out in the best possible way how and when everybody would be in the vicinity or available and where to do it. But yes, I do want to do a meet and greet with everybody. That sounds like it'll be vibes. It's gonna be real vibes. Good evening. Hey, and other than the hometown, where is your favorite town in Trinidad to stream? Well, actually, I don't even stream in my hometown. First to begin, I have zero streams from where I'm living in Trinidad. Zero. And that stretch would probably extend. I've never streamed where I live because I really the area is troublesome in terms of events. And I prefer not to. I just it just doesn't even feel right to lime in my area. So I don't even lime in my area. I just go to town and south and central and other places. So I've actually never streamed in my hometown. Um, and then it does have high profile events like Arima Borrow Day and what else is there in Arima? I can't remember right now, but and then the I think Panorama some Panorama event does be in the Village Room. But other than in Port of Spain is my favorite place to stream. Other than Port of Spain, I would have to say my second favorite place in Trinidad to stream is wow, that car's struggling to go up the hill there, boy. My sec it's a tie between Graniver. I like to stream going up Graniver and the ocean and lying with all on the beach and doing nonsense. So it's a tie between Graniver and in Skiffle, Panyard and South. I like to stream in Skiffle because right where Skiffle is, I could just walk 5 minutes and there's Fun Clay. So I could probably chalk that up to San Fernando maybe. I don't really want to chalk it up to San Fernando, but yeah, it in San Fernando. So that stretch where Skiffle and Fun Clay is, I love to stream there as well. So it's a tie between Grand River and the Panyards in South. It's my second favorite place to stream. You love okra and rice and saltfish? Top meal, top meal. Well, and what I do like that, but I like the version with pigtail because I love pigtail. I love pork. So I do love the okra rice bhaji or spinach, whichever you call it. So that and pigtail. And that's like one of my favorite meals right there. No, my feet are not swollen from yesterday. I have one issue with my middle toe, and it's the issue I'm having with it is I don't know how to explain this properly, but I know one or two of you would know what I'm talking about. It's it's where you have repeated contact with your toe, right? Maybe on a hard surface, your shoe constant rubbing, and it causes that one particular area in your toe to feel like if it's folded over and it gets hardened. It's like a line on your toe and it's hard. That's what's happened with my middle toe. Because of constant walking and rubbing against the shoe, I have developed that one spot on the toe that kind of feels like a fold and it's super hard. So I know a lot of people know what I'm talking about. That was the current situation and it hurts. That hurts. It hurts a lot. So my ankles are hurting still. The sole of my foot is also hurting. So, but I know these pains, it's like Trinidad Carnival pain. After I stream Carnival in Trinidad, that's really same. It take like 4 or 5 days to go away. So. But swollen, no. Do you professionally cover weddings, photos, videos, etc.? Yes, Wolf. Yes, I love your question. I love your question. Yes, I do. I have only started doing that last year, and I am going to push heavily to do it even more next year. I've officially wrote up a portfolio this month, actually, at the starting of this month. I'll share it with you guys eventually. Where I've this is what my plan is. I'll let you guys in since Wolf asked an important question. So I've started doing up a portfolio, and on the portfolio I have plans to cover weddings, birthday parties, even funerals, and you know how sometimes everybody can't be there to a funeral. Some people are abroad or away, so I'll be like that middle person who will be providing a link to the family so they could send to whoever they want to watch away and stuff. So even funerals, I'll be doing that. And any event that somebody wants me to cover, yes. So yeah, Wolf. Yeah. I am going to further branch off into that. Just a reminder, guys, anybody now coming in, hi, this is our Q&A session. Feel free to ask what you want. Though there are no limitations, you really could ask what you want. Please don't kill me, right? Please don't kill me. And importantly, if you don't want everybody to see the question you're asking, I know there are people who want to ask something, but they might be afraid that everybody see it's them asking, or they just don't want anybody to know that they asked that question. There's a link being posted in chat. It's in chat right now. You could click that link and it carries you to a anonymous site where you could send your message to me and I'll read it. It's also pinned at the top of the chat. So if you don't really want anybody to know you asked that question, you could just click that link, go and ask it and hit send, and I'll get it. Are you down for a new look? Eventually. But I just mix it up ever so often. I just rock the bushy man thing only when I'm busy, but I have something upcoming that I need to go to, so I'll go right back down to being gone, shaving up, mark, so. But clothes wise, I do need a makeover. I admit I am not one with fashion, ever. So eventually I will try to mix it up for the new year. What do you prefer, boxes or briefs? I don't like boxes. I don't like boxes at all. Briefs. Briefs is where it's at. Briefs or there's some really short pants. Yeah. I don't like boxers. That's not my that's not my type of thing. I know there's a lot of guys who have no problem and they like the extra garbage, but that's just nah, boy. Bro, there's one insect that's super loud up here. There's one insect that's super loud insect. Damn. I'm sorry, Wolf. Excuse me. Okay. Wolf, congratulations from Rad Nation to you. I would actually love an invite. Look how I'm inserting myself in. I would love an invite, Wolf, to attend your wedding. Look at this. One of our moderators are getting married. Interesting. Hmm. How is the calm after the storm? This side of Tobago, Ministry of Sun, quiet. You would never think that there was a carnival here. Just some hours ago. You would never think. All the all the fog in the air has cleared, all the fireworks, sulfur smell is gone. Today was relaxing. Ministry of Song. Today was really relaxing. There's a lot of people in the beach. A lot. Store Bay, Pigeon Point. Oh my goodness. There was so much people. It was comparable to like Maracas. There was so much people. So you could tell that was a cool down for a lot of people. Which was an obvious popular spot after Carnival. So everybody's calm. Everybody's back out to work already. Places are open in Tobago. So I guess that's one thing that Trinbagonians, do well. They party and then right back to regularly scheduled program. It looked like it never had a carnival. They had people who power wash the streets. They had people who was blow drying the confetti on the road. They had cleanup crews who was working right around the clock. So it really looks like it had nothing went on in Tobago yesterday. Seriously, what's going on with the warships? Do you think there's going to be a war? Personally, I think that if there is going to be a war between Venezuela and America, it's going to happen in the ocean. And it's just going to be a small retaliation type situation. I don't believe any of those countries are going to carry out an attack on land because I don't think any of those countries want to be in an actual all-out war because you attacking on land does signal the start of an official war. And I really don't see the US or Venezuela attacking anybody's landmass. I think they'll just continue these ship attacks that's going out in the ocean. There have been 1 or 2 drone attacks that has sunk some boats of the Venezuela coastline. But I think that would probably increase. I could see that increasing some ocean attacks. But as far as land warfare, I don't see that happening. I could be wrong. I'm not an analyst or an expert on war and geopolitical stuff, but I just don't see war on land happening. What's happening now, I think, will just escalate in the ocean. Do you have any friends or family you worry about in Jamaica? Yes. Yes, Wolf. I have two friends that I regularly talk to on my spare time that I game with. And then I have somebody who used to work with my company for catering here, that's worked for me for years in Trinidad, and they're back in Jamaica. So I have three friends that I am worried about. Two I'm in contact with. One, he hasn't responded to me yet, but hopefully he does. So yeah, I don't have any family to mind in Jamaica, but I have three friends that I'm keeping in tabs with, just making sure they're okay. Hey, Rosemary, good night. Yeah, land warfare wouldn't make sense. That would cause a lot of destabilization as we know it, and that's gonna bring in a lot of bigger hitters because Russia has alliances with Venezuela. Russia already has an issue with the United States. United States have an issue with both countries. The US has a lot of enemies. Russia has a lot of enemies. So land warfare would bring a lot of people into the mix. And you see how we was all thinking that what's happening in the eastern part of the world would have been World War III. This could prompt World War III. But yeah, I don't see any land warfare happening. They really don't want to fight. They're just talking up a big game and being intimidating for now. I don't see anybody launching a missile into Venezuela or Venezuela launching a missile into the US. I'm not seeing that at all. Oh yeah, and then China. Correct, exactly. Correct. There's a whole lot of big players in this, so that's the main reason I think that is not going to happen. Do you think Trinidadians regret voting Karma? Um. So here's the thing about people who vote for the PNM, and when the PNM wins, and if the PNM don't deliver on some stuff, they are such strong PNM supporters that they don't see any wrong in the PNM. And similarly, that happens with UNC as well. The people that vote UNC won. UNC have done some stuff already, and then they have done some questionable stuff at the moment. But their supporters would not see anything wrong with anything they do. So I would say no. The people who voted, most of the people who voted UNC, don't regret it. And a lot of the people who voted UNC have come out and say already that they have done a lot for the country already. So no, I don't think a lot of the people who voted UNC regret it. There probably is a percentage, but it's small. It's probably like 3 to 5% of the people who voted for the UNC regret it. But no, most of them don't. And you could see it every day on social media, where they consistently support and they back their prime minister and stuff like that. So I would say no. Do you at least have a favorite place to stream? Um, Yes, I do have a favorite place to stream. Coincidentally, that happened just the other day in Tobago. In Tobago, there is a spot right by the Coast Guard base. That's where I got the famous moonshot some years ago that I was talking about on stream. Right there alongside the beach in Scarborough, next to the Coast Guard base, where the pan and powder started, that is my favorite place to stream. Out of all my streaming, right there. Because you get the nice, cool, misty ocean air. When the moon is full, you get the moonlight in the ocean. It is cool, which is most important. It rains there a lot, but that's a small thing. But there's just something about that intersection between the highway and Scarborough. Right there is where I love to stream. I love to stream right there. So Venezuela cancel any gas deals with Trinidad. Oh, you're talking about the Dragon gas deal, I assume. So it seems that you would think, right? You would think that if two countries want to have a deal, that those two countries will talk and it will be easy as that. It's like, yo, Venezuela, we Trinidad and Tobago want to, have a deal with this Dragon gas. We tap into it, we take some, we'll take some because it's in the middle of both of us. Shake hand, deal done. You would think that's how straightforward it would be, but for some reason, that's not how the world of energy and oil and gas works. We asked the USA for permission to do business with Venezuela. That's how that whole deal went on. And then to add on to that, while he was trying to acquire the Dragon gas deal, our Prime Minister stood in consolidation with the US against Venezuela. So that also has kind of slowed down the deal with Venezuela with their Dragon gas oil field. So things are at a standstill with that. I'm unsure. I haven't looked at the news in a week. I'm unsure if it is totally cancelled. But the last I was up to date with it is that it was on halt because of all these different criteria I just mentioned. So hello, I'm not in TNT. My grandmother left Iran in 2009, but it was invaded partially, so still fighting in court ownership. Is it normally slow? Yes. Is it normally so slow? Yes. Yes. Listen. Oh, GMGC, I am so sorry to tell you. The court system in Trinidad is less than ideal. It has been less than ideal for decades. And if you have anything before the court, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Our process for court takes years. Many, many years to resolve stuff. Our court system is slow. It is outdated. We're still using behind God back methods in some offices. It is it's a pain. It's a pain. So I am sorry to inform you, the court system in Trinidad is unbearably and bitterly slow. And it has been for a lot of years. And I don't think it's gonna get better because we like it so. We like it so. Do you regret some of the statements she's made regarding the international issues? So I am going to say that the Honorable Kamala Besessa Bissad, while it is of my opinion that I don't think she said anything terribly outlandish, I don't think she said anything super out of pocket. However, I do think as the head of a country, you have to know where um, firstly, you have to know how strong your country is to defend itself. That's the state of the world. At the end of the day, you have to know how strong your country is in terms of defense before you go making any statements supporting anybody. Because retaliation is a thing that we've seen so much times in the past. Um, I believe that certain things should have probably not been said, and everybody in the CARICOM is one. Every country in the Caribbean decided to not make a statement, not say anything, not be on any side. And I personally think that is the right decision. Other people may disagree with me because there are a lot of people who think not saying anything is being cowardly or not standing up for yourself. That's a whole different thing. But when you have two big players like Venezuela and the US going against each other, I think it's within your country's best interest not to align yourself with any one of them, because I feel like that is something way bigger than you. So I did not agree with her outrightly coming out and standing in solidarity with the US, because I feel like Trinidad and Tobago is such a small nation and we have our own issues here that we don't really deal with, to be putting our mouths in such a large issue that has nothing to do with us. And that's the reason why I would say I didn't agree, because that has nothing to do with us at all. Not even 1%. Has nothing to do with us. So putting your opinion in as the head of a state, I would have to say I did not agree with that. That is quite unfortunate. I understand the sentiments, but I believe we should have taken a page out of CARICOM's book. Every Caribbean island standed with each other and was like, we are not saying anything. And about 5 or 6 Caribbean islands, when we made our statement supporting the US, they were like, huh? Interesting. Why would you do that, Trinidad? They literally, their heads of state came out and was like, Trinidad, are you guys good, bro? So I didn't like that, but I trust that she knows what she's doing. I trust and hope. If she doesn't, well, it was nice knowing all of you guys, you know. If you had to choose one between streaming and bartending, which one would you choose? I would have to choose bartending. I'd have to choose bartending. As fun as streaming is, um, bartending is my passion, and also, um, this streaming is not my job. This streaming is a hobby that I really enjoy, and I'm gonna be straightforward. It does not make me a lot of money, so it's not something I can depend on to choose to do instead of actual work, because the way how the world works is you do need money. Despite saying a lot of people don't do stuff for money, you do need money to live life at the end of the day. So if I were to stream, there are a lot of days that I stream that I don't make any money. So I can't have that as my main thing I do. So I would have to choose bartending because it gives me both joy to speak with people, meet new people, just like how streaming does, and I get paid for it. So bartending, easy answer to that. But I do enjoy the both, of course. Oh, Sugars, I'm not really ignoring you, you know. You're not really asking questions, you're more like putting out statements or focusing on the questions mainly. But I'm seeing what you're typing. Since several islands now having to move the buggery laws, now making protection for the LGBTQ plus persons possible, what are your personal feelings on the matter? Um, I am neither here nor there with I am neither here nor there with the LGBTQ plus community. As well, I know a lot of them are trying to push for marriage to be legalized. Um, I don't have an opinion in the matter. I don't much care if they get granted to do same-sex marriages or not. More power to them. I don't have an issue with that. Neither do I have an issue with the LGBT plus Q community as well. The only issue that, or the only thing that I would speak on is I would like for them to flourish as a community, but also recognize that just like any other thing, like religion, for example, that we know you guys are a community, but don't force your ideals onto children. That was one thing I've always had an issue with. And once they don't force children to view the world a specific way or try to go down a specific path, I have no issues. I am totally fine with whatever. That's the one issue I've always had because I've personally seen it happen before in front of my very eyes for clients I've worked with. An LGBTQ community couple, a gay couple, were talking to this little girl and telling her she was 3 and telling her you should embrace whoever you want to be, and you don't have to read this book. It was a book about it was like 5 years ago. It was a book about a young guy growing up or something, right? But it was like a storybook. And the lady was like, you don't have to read a book about boys, darling. You could read a book about girls and see how, the times the girls have to come up with struggling with the community and how girls have finally breakthrough to where they're more accepted to being with each other. And she was talking to this girl like she was big first of all, and then she was like, no, don't read this. Read this. It's like, so I don't really like that. You shouldn't be getting in a child's head at that young age. But other than that, it's a cool scene, man. It's a cool scene. I do think protection should be, they should be protected. But then again, anybody should be protected in a nation, so. Oh, send me that in a WhatsApp ministry song. Send me that information in a WhatsApp because I would forget that. So I could write it down in my calendar. Oh, one more thing I was to add on to that Trinidad, Venezuela, and US debacle, and that I forgot to mention. The reason why I said we should also stay out of their business and not make statements. We should not make statements because of this one important thing. And I hope Miss Kamala Bissessar understands this, right? I don't know if she's seen the USA track record, right? But I don't think you have to fully understand that when the USA is involved in something, when they leave, you're going to have to fend for yourself, right? And I don't think people realize the USA track record with leaving a country after they start causing up an issue. They don't really care about that country. You think the USA is going to stand with a country and stay there and make sure they're okay when they have proven for hundreds of years that the USA all about themselves? Look, even in the recent thing that's going on between, Ukraine and Russia, you think they're gonna be like, yo, we're going to help you all forever, we're going to assess? Nah, bro. It's like when we go and you guys have to fend for yourself, and what ends up happening is the USA leaves places in worse situations that they were in before. So when the USA get fed up with this whole Venezuela thing and they go on, you think they're gonna be like, hey, Trinidad was in support of we should leave a couple troops there just to make sure no retaliation. Let me be honest now, man. If they're not doing it for big countries, they're gonna do it for a small island like Trinidad and Tobago. You have to be thinking with zero IQ to think that that's gonna happen. And when they leave, pull out to the Caribbean, Venezuela could easily be like, wait a minute, the USA gone. This small stupid island off the coast of us, this small stupid island. What do I say now? What do I say? And what now? You think the USA gonna run back to Trinidad to assess? So that's the ending of what I was supposed to say. I forgot that. Why it shouldn't be involved yourself, especially with something with the USA. Because they have a long track record of not caring and only for themselves. And it's like obvious, like just go through history. We shouldn't be involved in stuff like that, you know? Your nose running, so that's my fault. Man, that's crazy. Okay, sorry. That's crazy, bro. Hey, Jamil. Um, this is the time for every Trinidadian to utter the same thing that they've uttered every time a hurricane comes to Trinidad, but it swerves at the last minute. So they have to keep the same energy. We have to make sure that we have to pray that we get out of this unscathed, and we have to use the line God is a Trini. So when the USA is fed up with, this Venezuela thing, that Venezuela does not look to do anything to us. So we have to use the line God is a Trini and don't worry. That's the best we could do because we don't have a defense system to do anything else. So that's the best thing I could say for us. That's the best thing. That's literally the answer I have for that. The best thing I could say. Okay. Just reminded because I see we have more people in now. We are having a Q&A session right now. It's fitting to have one because I've never had one as a YouTuber. So, just a little session to either get to know more about me, ask questions, or get to know what I think about certain topics. As you see what some people have asked already, it doesn't matter. There's no limitations. You could ask something political, something private, something random. If you want to just get my thoughts on certain stuff, you could do that as well. So we have a question and answer session. There's two ways you could go about it. You could just literally type in chat your question if you want. You could type in chat your question. Also, I am taking into consideration that everybody would like their question being public, or like anybody knowing what question they're asking. So if you want to ask your question privately, you could do that. There's going to be a link posted in chat where you click the link. It's going to carry you to a message site, and you could ask me personally the question you have there. It's also pinned in the top of the chat. So if you want to ask me something privately and you don't want everybody to know who you are, you could go about doing that. And the best thing about this site is you don't have to sign up. You don't have to put in any personal information. As soon as you click the link, it carries you to the message section. You type whatever you want to ask and you press send. That's right on this. So I have something for you guys who don't want to, be public with your questions. Hey, Sheena. What is your biggest regret being a streamer? My biggest regret being a streamer is not being a total YouTuber, Wolfgang. That is my biggest regret. I knew how to be a complete YouTuber but I decided to make streaming my main strength. And that also couples onto I actually don't have a lot of time like other YouTubers locally. I don't have a lot of time. I work a lot. But I could have done better in terms of my channel where I could have been a total YouTuber. And what that means is I could have depended on, I could have made more videos. I could have made professional videos with an intro and a voiceover and doing content. I could have done that. I could have posted shorts on YouTube because shorts is a big thing that gets you more discovered. I could have also decided to travel earlier than I am about to. So I could have been going to different islands and covering different carnivals and different events. I could have decided to do that. So I drew in a crowd from every Caribbean island to my channel. So when I do content in Trinidad, I have that backing from each island. And then I go back, redo, recycle. So my one regret with streaming is not deciding to be a total YouTuber and focusing mainly on streaming, which I don't regret doing that route, but it has its limitations when I only stream. So my subscribers that I get to only when I go live. And as opposed to when I make videos, you could find my video and subscribe. So I'll have subscribers coming in that way. Somebody could watch my shorts, so I have subscribers coming in that way. I build like my Instagram and other social media, so I have subscribers coming in from that way. So, you know, instead of having to wait 2 weeks, a month, where then I'll get, you know, that recognition. So that's my one regret. I didn't decide to do the whole shebang. Whoa, those dogs are having spicy fun in the road. That's crazy. Anyway. All right. We have a couple messages on the secret app. When are you... Oh my gosh. When are you going to play Sandbox? Never. For those of you who don't know, Sandbox is a game mode in a game I used to play way before I decided to stream events and stuff. I would never play Sandbox. Can you bring me back something? We will finally meet if you do. I mean, it sucks that you asked that question anonymously, but sure, no scene, Rajesh. Would you get another team member for streaming? Yes. I do have plans to get a third person for next year. So we have 3 vantage points, ideally 2 in Port of Spain, 1 in San Fernando, and also to cover stuff in Chaguanas, because it's come to my knowledge that Chaguanas has a thriving juve that I was unaware of, and a whole host of events. And Chaguanas Carnival Committee has struck up a collaboration with me, so I have to get a third member on the team. I do. So I will get, it's in the works. I will try my best to get a third member in time for next year. In regards to the new party in TNT, how is the government thus far? My opinion, the new old government, because, you know, the UNC has been around for quite a number of years. The new old government, they are okay. They have done some stuff that I tossing some question marks around, like, I don't really agree with this. Or the budget, for instance, it wasn't a particularly strong budget by my standards. But they've done okay. I really want, however, to see them implement stronger plans for the country. It doesn't feel like, I'm just speaking as an individual, it doesn't feel like they have a proper, strong future plan for us. But I hope that's just a feeling and they do have a plan for us, but it does not feel like they do right now. And that's my honest opinion. It doesn't feel like they have a plan. It doesn't feel like any government really has a plan or a grip of how to take TNT to higher heights. So I'm not even make it sound like it's a UNC thing, but yeah, it doesn't feel like they have a plan. All right, testing, testing. Do you hear me? Testing, testing. What the? All right, so testing again. Do you hear me? Okay. So what was the very last thing you all heard me say before the mic died? So I can know where to pick up. Or what was I talking about just before the mic died? So I know which point to resume. Okay, I went to I went to read messages, but like, what was I talking about before I cut off? Did I finish what I was saying? I was speaking about the government. Okay. Oh, so it okay, so it didn't cut off that okay. Right. So I'm a skip that segment since it's whatever. The summary of that whole thing I was talking about, basically, person asked me how I feel about the government governing the country currently. To sum it up, I feel like they don't really have a strong plan. But to be honest, that's not just a them thing. I feel like both governments didn't really have a strong plan for us. But maybe I hope in the future it change. And I have no choice but to, at the end of the day, um, work with what we have because they are our government in power. So, right. Um, Also, I was saying to the person who is um anonymously messaging about the disrespectful moderator thing, you did not ask a question, kind sir or madam. So if you could kindly go back and realize that that paragraph that you typed was not a question, that was more of a statement. If you want to ask something specific, you have to type over if you really want to ask something. I can't answer something if you didn't ask a question. That wasn't a question, you know. You just literally said something and that was it. So you have to go back and ask a specific question because that wasn't a question. Mm, all right. So let's see. So also because I kind of had to go back in my YouTube chat, there's only a limited amount of questions that I'm seeing now. So if you don't hear me answer your question within the next 2 to 3 minutes, that means I missed it. So just ask over your question in the YouTube chat, right? So I'm just starting back from where I see. Um, what inspired you to start your channel? What makes your niche unique? My niche is no longer unique actually. Um, because there are now about 10 different streamers, which is nice. I actually like that. What inspired me to start my YouTube doing this is I I like I said, I love carnival and everything around carnival, right? I like that there's 2 days where you just get to express yourself freely and do the most and just dance off the stresses of 363 days, you know, on 2 days mainly. And part of part of carnival is watching and observing and being a spectator, right? If you're not there in person. And I've always grown up watching Carnival and the Marsh Gras and Kings and Queens on TTT, right? But one thing is I've always found lacking is that as a corporate news station, as a corporate entity, there was a lot of stuff missing from them. Yes, you would get the coverage and you would get to see everything you want to see, but you would never get the personality out of these things because they have to cater for a worldwide audience being a media house, right? So oftentimes you would run into I would run into a situation of wanting to hear what the host thinks about this costume, or what the host thinks about this band, or if this particular thing could be better. And you wouldn't get that because they're a media house and they don't give personal bias opinions. I'm like, damn, I understood, but I can't have a problem with it if I understand, you know? And I'm like, what if I do this because I feel like I am funny enough, or at least I have a good enough personality where I could go and stream these same events. And I know for a fact there's a lot of people who think like me, who want a place to view something and hear someone's opinion and talk amongst themselves, which is another big thing. You don't really have chats like this in TTT chat, or WAC TV is more relaxed. You could have your little one or two bacchanal chats in WAC TV, but you know it's not full out. You just try to be respectful in media houses and stuff like that. So I'm like, I wanted to be like a like-minded page for everybody, because I feel like people would watch me stream and give opinions and stuff, and they would like that, and they'll give their own opinions because it'll be good that way. And I was not wrong. Look at me 6 years later. I clearly wasn't wrong. It turns out there was a lot of people who were just like me. Media houses are good on how to take in the content, but they also lack personality, which is not their fault. They're a media house. And one of the main things with media houses, they come, set up, stream the event, pack up, leave, boss out. Sometimes, I'm sure you guys seen this as well, the media house come, set up, stream, cut halfway, go on. Because they get the main thing they wanted, and that was it. They go on, they boss out. And I always hated that. I'm like, bro, I wanted to see them dance into the night, like, boss out and go on like 4 o'clock, and that's it. You're salting. So that's why I started to do this. I felt like I could have done it, and I became the first person to be out as an independent creator. That's not a news source in the field in 2019 streaming. That's when I started in 2019. Hey, Maria Piper. Last question. Do you ever stream Parang, and will you stream it this year? Ooh. Unfortunately, Parang tends to happen in hilly areas in Trinidad, and it makes sense, right? Paramen, Lupino, they tend to be held in holes, we say, in a hole in Trinidad, between mountains or in a valley. You don't really get Parang out in the open or in Port of Spain or in flatland. So the reception in these areas are notably horrible. So I have been unable to stream Parang like I wanted to because of the holes that they're held in. However, I do record, and I do have it as a playback now. So yes, you would see Parang. You wouldn't see it on the same day. You'll see the day after. But yes, Parang are held in mountainous regions in Trinidad, and it's very difficult to stream because of the service. That's the only reason why I haven't streamed Parang on the channel. Any plans for Halloween? Yes, I am going to a Halloween party in Zen nightclub on the 21st. Yes. May stream it. May stream it. What's your process? I'll answer the back part of your question, Jamil, because I feel like I answered it with another question. So I don't really edit much because I don't do much videos on my channel, but I do have some things in the works that I want to bring up because I do want to explore all of Trinidad and Tobago and all it has to offer. So I do have that in the planning stages already. I have the worksheets, I have the editing program, I have the different points I want to discuss. I have interviews that I want to line up with the tour guide and stuff, etc., to do stuff like that. So that's the best I could answer that question for now, as videos is not my main thing on the channel right now. So eventually, yeah. Thank you, Rosemary Bishop. I remember you a while. You've been here for a while. Do you think we need a new political party formed? Okay, so here's the thing with that, right? I wholeheartedly think we do need a third political party, but that's where my optimism stops, however, because as much as we do need a new political party with fresher brains, younger minds, more aggressive policies, when that happens, and we do have political parties, by the way, but this is the issue with having a new political party with, if you manage to have all the seats to fill up the country, people gonna need decades, not even 1 year. They're gonna need decades before they vote in somebody totally different from UNC or PNM. Because we still as an island vote based on race, as much as people do like to admit. They could say whatever they want. Trinidad and Tobago still mostly votes based on race or how much years they've supported one political party. So, for instance, the UNC people, you would find a demographic that always votes for them. Albeit this year it's been different. A lot of different demographic did vote for the UNC as well. But they still have mostly one core demographic that would never switch. Ever, ever switch. Okay? And then the same thing for the PNM. You have a demographic of people who voted for the PNM for a number of decades that would vote for nobody else. Nobody else. So this is why change not it's not really possible at the moment for Trinidad and Tobago. Well, I wouldn't say Tobago, not possible for Trinidad. Tobago was just fed up and was like, I don't care about either party, as you all see. Tobago was just angry. Tobago actually did the impossible. Trinidad really, they're still racially voting based. Like I say, whoever could disagree with me, you're lying to yourself. You just see it every 4 years when it come around when election. You just see all the posts on Facebook, the extremist posts. You see it on Instagram, you see it on Twitter, you see it in the news. It's still heavily influenced by race and how long you vote for a party that you're not switching. There's a lot of strong-headed, arrogant people that will never go for a newer party. They will continue doing that. So even though we need a new party here, it's never going to amount to anything because people are not going to vote for them. They're not going to. And like I said, we have smaller parties in the country right now, and they got like 1,000 votes. One member got 1,000 votes, one got two. They get like 500. They get like 24. So it's essentially almost impossible for a third party to get in power in this country. Is this costly? I know you do get it wrong and you do a great job, by the way. Christopher, yes, this can be costly. This can be costly. A trip to Tobago is always thousands of dollars, and I know that beforehand. So yes, it can be costly depending on your budget and your on how good you can manage. So, but traveling on the whole is costly. It does get costly. This is why I'm always appreciative for people who donate to the stream because it helps a little bit more than they think it does. I know they donate for congratulating me for doing a good job, but it literally helps a lot. Like the people who donated for Carnival basically almost paid back my cost to stay here, basically. Like that helps. So I did not take too much of a loss at all. I think I'm probably positive, but I didn't take too much of a loss. Eventually, YouTube would pay me and I'll be in the positives. And it helps with food and travel and stuff. It helps a little bit more than people think, which is why I'm always appreciative of when they do decide to support because, yeah, it lessens the financial load on me. And like they didn't have to do it, so. What are your tips for growing a YouTube channel and how do you approach topics like for the algorithm? This is another question that I have to give less than stellar advice. I'm not trying to um I'm not trying to put you in a downward mood, right? But you see, because we are located in the Caribbean and YouTube is an American based thing, they they encourage more big countries like for monetization and growing their audience over there in the UK, Germany, France, Australia, big countries like that. It will be easier to grow on YouTube. It's still not easy to grow on YouTube overall, but it's easier to grow on YouTube in those countries because they have the facilities and they support those countries 100%. You see, in the Caribbean, we are such small islands that YouTube doesn't see it super lucrative, right? Super lucrative to um to have monetization here. So it's very hard to get monetized in the Caribbean. Actually, it's impossible for most islands. And what you it's very hard to grow in the Caribbean as well because you have to find a perfect niche to do your content. Because a lot of people in the Caribbean have short attention spans or they don't really care about certain things. So while in America, people just literally sit down, Jamil, and watch people walk around the city, right? Or walk around New York City and do that because they like that. You would not find somebody in Trinidad, you would not find a lot of Trinidad and just sitting down and watching somebody walk around Port of Spain or walk around the waterfront. Or that's not what we in Trinidad like really go for, you know. We like our belly, we like food, we like music, we like fete, we like party, which is where the views were coming from. So there's this very small niche in Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean as a whole, where people like specific things. You would always find people, yes, who would come and watch those things, but overall, you're not going to find a lot of people come into your channel to watch stuff like that. You're not. You're really not. And even in those stuff I mentioned that Caribbean people would watch, it's still hard to grow in the Caribbean because of the amount of people we have here. We have like 1 million people on some islands, 500,000 on some. Most of the Caribbean islands have 100,000, 200,000. So we also don't have the amount really to really catapult to YouTube. What you have to do is find a niche breakthrough and appeal to an international audience, you know. So it's very, very difficult on you whole to grow on YouTube. It took me years to get 20.6K. And then you have to have a personality on top of it. You can't be boring because our Caribbean people like to be entertained badly, as you see. You can't be dead boring, lackadaisical. You also have to have a personality that will make people stay, right? Wait, your band came out in 2019? Wow, okay. That's cool. I was unaware. Very nice. It's like that in you. Yeah. I understand. The United States is, yeah, true, Maria, true. Thank you, Rosemary. It is a nice place. Okay, Rich. Yes, they will walk around Toronto too. People like them type of things over there, though. It's hard over here to do stuff like that. It's really hard over here to accomplish. Like who in Trinidad gonna want to watch you walk down Charlotte Street or go in the statue in the middle of Independence Square or like something that's the mentality we have in Trinidad and nobody really you'll find 10 people who will stay on your stream to watch something like that. That's not something people really care about. So it's hard to grow locally if you're doing that. But if you want to do a doubles run, a roti run, a new place open up with good food, or what makes it big. Let me share a tip, right? Let me share a small tip. This is what's gonna get you some views. And this may be messed up to say. Not messed up, but slightly a kind of way to say. But Trinidadians love American stuff, right? They just go crazy. They think everything in America is gold and amazing and stuff like that. They just go cuckoo. So you see when an American place come to Trinidad and they make content out of it, Trinidad would love that. Trinidaders love that content. If whether it be an international franchise, an American ice cream place, something that has to deal with America in some way, or a new food. It don't even need to be America. Let me be fair. It could be a new food concept that introduced to the island that you hear about or you see online. You see stuff that Trinidad didn't see online from away. That would always get your views. So once that new place open up and you start to make content, it's gonna make Trinidadians curious and be like, wait, this in Trinidad? I used to watch this. And I'll give you one example. I don't know if you saw the videos online where it's a dessert thing. It's a dessert place in America where it's like in the shape of the fruit. So it's like a mango or an apple, but inside it's like sorbet ice cream and you bite into it and it's very crunchy and it's soft inside. It's a dessert, right? And then there's a place that came down here in Trinidad and they opened up and they did it. And people went crazy for that because it was an American concept and it's finally in the country. So that stuff like that will get views. And it's cool. Imagine you biting into a mango and it's a dessert. It's cold. It's like ice cream in the middle of it. So stuff like that will help you. All right, we're switching back to the secret app. Why do you hate other street? I feel like I shouldn't answer this question, but you asked the question. So I feel like you're trying to pick my mouth with something, yeah? But small thing. I don't have no problem with any streamers, boss. Whoever asked that question, I don't have a problem with any streamers. It's a cool scene with everybody. I try to be unproblematic as possible. And it's so weird that you asked this question. It had to be a gender base. Because if you would have watched my channel, you would have seen me at various points on several different occasions actually telling people, go over here because I am finishing my stream. And if you want to continue, go there because I'm tired and I want to go home. And I talked to the streamers beforehand and asked them, are you staying? I've done that to multiple of them. And once they tell me yes, I will send my people over there. So I don't know how you're either a new person or you're trying to study put. But in any case, I'll answer your question because I'm answering all questions. I have no problem with any streamers. Not too sure what you're trying to ask, but it's a cool scene. And like I say, if you did watch my channel or you didn't like Bacchanal, you would have known I've always done that. And I'll continue to do that in future because not every time I could stay to an event 6-8 hours. When I know I at my limit, simply hit up the streamer. Hey, yo, you streaming for the rest of the time? Yeah? All right, cool. Everybody in the channel, go here. And I'll tell my moderators to put a link in chat. So that's the answer to that question. Kind of strange, but hey, small thing. What's my favorite type of pillow? Oh my god. I don't have a favorite type of pillow because all pillow is nasty. All right, let's get back to the YouTube chat. All right, so we'll stick around for like 57 more minutes. We end at 9. A 3-hour Q&A is vibes. So So if anybody wants to get their question in, I'm repeating myself. If you don't want to ask the question in the main chat, you don't want anybody to know who you are, feel free to use the secret app where you could ask your questions anonymously. And the secret app is pinned at the top of the chat. Just click the link and it directs you straight into the messaging app. All you do is type a message. Do not put your name. I don't even want to know who you are since you want to do it anonymously. Just type a message and hit send, which is underneath the chat, right? So it have a secret app if you want to ask your question in secret. How to make money on YouTube? Like, do YouTube pay or do you have to reach a certain milestone in subscribers? Okay, so yes and no. Well, yes and yes, but it's complicated. Let me try to explain. So, Jamil, you could make money on YouTube, sort of. Um, in Trinidad and Tobago, to get monetized, it's almost impossible. It's almost impossible. You have to have a you have to spend at least a little bit of time in one of the countries that have monetization or have an address there to even be a monetized channel. You can't get monetized in Trinidad with your Trinidad address because monetization is not available here. They don't care about we're too small, we're a small island, we're not lucrative, they won't make money. So you have to have over 1,000 subscribers to even apply to be monetized, as well as is it 4,000 or 5,000 watch hours. But you can get that easily. Focus on the subscribers, get your channel up to 1,000 subscribers. Firstly, so you can go live on thing. And then after you reach 1,000 subscribers and you hit the time limit, that's where your real challenge begins because it's real hard to get monetized in Trinidad, boss. You had to get a France address, a US address, so your taxes is filled out that way, etc., etc. You can't use nothing really from Trinidad except your NIS records or your BIR number. Because you had to fill a tax form to get paid from YouTube. And that's really it. Oh, Rosemary, you know what? You used the word that I wanted to use, but I was trying to not make song bad. Yeah, follow fashion is the term. Yeah, we do try to replicate or be like America. Not everybody, obviously, but some people really just like all things America and think America is the greatest thing in the world. So there are a lot of Trinidadians that follow fashion today. That's the word I was trying to remember. What did I cook today? I actually did some. I actually wanted to do stew chicken, which was the original plan, and then I was like, you know what? Today's a lazy day, so I did. I did curry corned beef and rice with baked beans, and that is a good staple. It always tastes good. So yeah, white rice, baked beans, curried corned beef, and that lash. What's the biggest challenge you faced as a YouTuber creator? How do you overcome it? The biggest challenge I have faced and is still facing is you don't know this unless you are a YouTuber. Copyrighted music. Copyrighted music is the number one challenge I face. And sometimes it hurts me. And let me share a bit of my feelings with this. As someone, like, I don't do YouTube for money. However, seeing that I have been monetized for most of this year, the financial help from YouTube has helped, right? It has helped. And it feels good to get paid from YouTube because I know that my efforts have not all gone in vain. It's really good to get a check at the end of the month saying, hey, Brandon, this is yours for doing such a good job. This is where copyright comes in and F's everything up, right? Let me put this scenario to you. So imagine I streamed Carnival yesterday. You also I did 9 hours, right? That was 6 hours in the sun to stream for you guys. I spent 6 hours in the sun to stream for you guys. I don't complain because I know what I signed up for and I'm happy to do it. Because I like Carnival, I like broadcasting to Carnival, I like talking to it. Now imagine I streamed 9 hours. 6 out of those 9 hours was in sun. Some truck play Love Sawati, that Afrobeat song. I'm not saying this didn't happen, but I'm just saying, I'm just putting this scenario out. Just imagine some truck play Love Sawati or some Afrobeat song, and that one song could potentially mess up my whole job that I did that day. That whole job I did. So I could have been doing an amazing job and one song spoiled everything and I can't get paid because that's copyrighted. And all the money go towards the artist. Which I get it. People work hard on the music, eh? I get it. But the penance is so severe. So it doesn't matter what I did before that song played. That song could have played. This is how messed up copyright is. I could have streamed 9 hours and that song play when I going home. And the whole 9 hours I stream don't matter anymore because of that one song. And it just F up the whole scene. So that's the main challenge of any streamer, any YouTuber, copyright. Some are very severe where it even takes down your video. So I could potentially lose the whole video as well. And that happened to me for the first year I ever streamed .14 Juve. No, not Juve. Borode. .14 Borode. I streamed for 6 hours. I streamed all the pan. I streamed everything. And I get copyrighted because I was going home in a vehicle that was playing Rihanna. And I was so upset. I was so upset that I lost that stream. And I didn't even get paid as yet. Eh? That's to tell you how much passion I have with YouTube. I wasn't even getting paid then. And I was just upset that I lost an 8-hour stream because of one song in a vehicle. And it was my first year ever. And I was like, I can't believe I lose that memorabilia of my first year because I had loved going .14 Borode. So that's the biggest challenge. How do you overcome it? There is a process, thankfully, that YouTube has implemented where you can, which is another challenge. You can erase the song, but what that does is when you erase the song, it just mutes everything. So if you ever was to go through a Carnival stream of mine, you will notice that in certain sections of that Carnival stream, you don't hear anything for like 2-3 minutes. That's what's happened. It's because there was a copyrighted song in there that I had to remove so my video could be seen and I could get paid. So, and that takes a lot of time. It takes on average 8 hours to remove one copyright song, right? And let me show you the full scope of things. 8 hours to remove one copyright song. And remember, music plays all day for Carnival, all day. So I get like 30, 40 songs that need to be removed from a video. Now multiply that by 8 hours. That's how challenging being a YouTuber is. Because copyright is a hellish thing. It's understandable, but it's hellish. And to deal with it sometimes, it's exhausting. Have you packed your bags to be? No, I have not packed my bags yet. After this Q&A, I will do that. I actually have not put the umbrella to rest yet, Jen. You know, I have not. I have not. You know what? I'll keep it and we'll do a funeral when I touch back in Trinidad. Which payment system is better for me? Joy. I prefer if people would donate through PayPal because a lot of people may not know. I know PayPal has a fee to when you send money, but what ended up happening when you send money through PayPal to me, I end up receiving the full amount. So let's say you send $50 through PayPal, I receive that whole 50 US. As opposed to YouTube, YouTube takes 30% of the earnings, which is fine. I know a lot of people don't trust PayPal or don't have PayPal. So any amount of donations is fine. I don't discriminate. Like I say, I'm appreciative of everything. I'm just making the viewers know when you donate through YouTube Super Chat, they so you donate that, oh, you donate a $10 on YouTube, which is like a standard amount. Yeah, I will receive that $7 and YouTube takes their earnings off. So better for me would be PayPal, but overall it's a cool scene. And if you can't donate, that's also a cool scene. I prefer you watch and come back and be a regular. Brandon, how come certain Caribbean islands doesn't have Cash App and Zelle? Because similar to what I was saying in terms of YouTube and how they view us as smaller countries are not lucrative, is the same thing with Cash App and Zelle. Cash App and Zelle works in the more prominent, well-known countries with millions and millions of people. Those apps would not really come to small islands like us because they wouldn't make a lot of money. They would make money, yes, but it's way better. Remember, America has like 380 something million people, you know? So their market is massive. If Zelle come to Trinidad, out of that 1.5 million people, I doubt even 100,000 people going to use Zelle or Cash App. I doubt. It's going to be something in the hundreds, the tens of thousands. Out of that 1.5 million, you'll get like probably 5,000, 10,000 people using it. So that will make sense, as a big company like those to come in the Caribbean. It will be more convenient. Yes. I would love Cash App or Zelle to just tap your phone or send money and right there in 1 minute or less. But you have to understand these are big corporations and we are too small. We're too small. So that's why we miss out on a lot of things in the Caribbean because of how we're situated and the amount of people here. Brandon, you're so fresh and blessings. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. What time you leave tomorrow? I leave around, the boat is carded to leave the port at 12 p.m. So I leave midday and I should be back in Trinidad around 3 p.m. I'll be live. I think I'll be sleeping. I think I'll be sleeping on that boat. I won't be outside. So, but I'll still try to like message and stuff in chat. But yeah, the boat leaves at 12 noon tomorrow. Would you consider streaming on TikTok? And you see, I would never leave YouTube to stream on TikTok, but I would get another device and I would stream on TikTok. I have streamed on TikTok a couple times, but I admittedly have not. I've been a bad content creator on TikTok. I would admit that. I focus more on making videos for TikTok than streaming. But I'll try my best to get better at it. It's a learning process of how to juggle multiple things. I really don't know how content creators do this. I really don't know. If you don't have a job, I feel like that's the best way you could be a content creator. Like if you don't have a job, because I really don't understand how people as we find any time to be on all these different social media apps and do constantly. I just don't have the time, bro. But I will try my best to do better in terms of TikTok. And I'll get a second device. So when I'm streaming on YouTube, I'm also streaming on TikTok. And I feel like I could work it out like that. Quick question. You rather be famous YouTuber in Trinidad and earn money from YouTube or not? My intention actually was never to be famous, And it's still my intention not really to be famous. I want what I have currently. I want to be known. I've always wanted to be known but I don't really want to be famous. I feel being famous stops you from enjoying the finer things in life. I want to still be able to go in places in Trinidad and be chill, relax, instead of having thousands of people coming to um invade your space and stuff like that. Um, like we have one or two famous people in Trinidad, and you don't really see them interact in public or stuff because also you have to remember that Trinidad is a strange place, you know. People just think real weird. People just be like, hey, that man famous. Hey, let me get $1 now, boss. Let me get $2 now. Hey, you have real money. Let me get $100. That's not gonna hurt your pocket. Or we could go on the extreme end as well and be like, hey, this person have 1 million subscribers. They famous in Trinidad. Hey, Larry kidnap this person or Larry rob this person, which has happened to famous people already in Trinidad. I ain't calling names, but it has happened to them already. So I don't really wanna be famous, and I am not, but I am known, which is something I've always wanted to um to be actually. Even before YouTube, I've always wanted to be somebody known, whether it be making funny videos, a prominent franchise owner, known. I just wanted to be known for something, and YouTube helped me achieve just that. So I am known throughout Trinidad and Tobago. I would go and people would hail me out, people would come up to me and talk to me, people would occasionally take pictures, and I like that. I like just how it is right now. Hey Maria, good night, good night. Do you have family on the island of Tobago? Yes, yes, I do have family on the island of Tobago. Do you visit them on the island? Well, fortunately, before I have the option of visiting, I I see them in, like, for instance, my mother was in Juve, so I got to saw her. She came up to me actually, and she found me first. I saw her crossing the road and stuff. So, and then she was in the Juve band for most of it. And then I have a brother who plays pan, so I get to see him every time I come across and stuff like that. So, but yes, I have a lot of family in both Trinidad and Tobago, some in Grenada, one or two in St. Vincent. But yes, I do have family over here that live over here. Are you based in the US? No, I am solely an island streamer. I am based in Trinidad. TikTok pay more money? I'm sure it does, you know, I'm sure it does. Like I say, I would have to get better at social media and on TikTok. I have to get better. Because I wouldn't know. So I wouldn't know. I really wouldn't know. I don't even know how it does get paid on TikTok. So yeah. Talking about that. Um if any of you don't know my TikTok, by the way, I have a TikTok. I have about 4,000 followers on there. Feel free to follow the TikTok. It's the same name as my YouTube, RadicleTube. Once you type in RadicleTube on TikTok, you should find it. Um, the thing about TikTok, some stuff that I would not stream on YouTube, I actually stream on TikTok. And my moderator, Kirich, brought up something important there. I had streamed the I Am Woman Patrice Robert Fett on there, and it turned out to be one of the best events I went the whole of Carnival. It turned out to be one of the best events, if not the best. No, it was the second best. It was the second best. The cake event was real good. So for events that I don't stream on YouTube, I stream on TikTok, and you would see some fets like Army, I Am Woman, Stink and Dirty, other fets like that. You would see on TikTok. So that's kind of how I do TikTok for now. I don't really take it seriously like I should. So yeah. All right, we switch into the secret app. Let's see if anybody messaged anything over here. How often do you cut your hair? I used to cut my hair once every. Why would you? Why would you ask this anonymously? It's such an innocent question. It's funny. Um, I used to cut my hair once every 3 months, but because I have accepted the fact that I am balding, which happens to a lot of men out there, I now cut my hair once every 2 weeks. Like no point in delaying the inevitable. So every every 2 weeks I cut my hair every 2 weeks. Sometimes it goes a month because I'm busy due to how busy I am, but I try not to let it get past a month. But yeah, every 2 weeks, shave gone. You expect me to dance around here? See, I wish you had known me a little bit better. Yes, some topics are dramatic, and like I said, I predicted that there would have been a question regarding my moderator. I'm not gonna dance around the topic. I am a straightforward person, and this is the one day that I can't answer your question because I can't just tell you I can't tell you that it's not on topic because there is no topic today. There is no topic. So I I is a big man and I could answer straight questions. And regarding my moderator, who I would name drop in the chat, hey, Rich, um, I don't even have a situation there because all parties has been talked to and the situation has been dead for over a month and a half now, which unfortunately you can't seem to understand has been dead for over a month and a half now because there's this weird thing with human beings where they can't acknowledge that someone has changed or gotten better. So they just remember that one version of a person. Similarly, like in some jobs or someplace. I know this is a more extreme example, but like it's a thing that a lot of people face, right? Some people who did one thing and got a record, like they steal something in the past 15 years ago, but your job would look at that, okay, you have a record, you is a thief, you know, and they ignore everything 15 years after that one incident happened. So in their mind, you's always a thief or somebody. I know this is an even more extreme example, sorry, or somebody that cheat 10 years ago, but then they married and they turned their life around. And it's like, some people just firmly believe once you're cheater is always a cheater, even though a person has done nothing like that 10 years now. So I just doing that as a reference to show that whatever happened in my channel happened a month and a half ago, and that person has not done anything like that since then. But for some reason, you have an inability to let it go. For some reason, it's so weird, and you would never admit that the person hasn't done that because there are a lot of humans who can't admit or don't care that someone has changed, and that is the situation that's happening to you right now because it's obvious. You're clearly not here because that hasn't happened since then. So, but it's okay. I know a lot of people don't like to change their mindset, and you could continue having that image of the person in your head till you dead, apparently. If you don't want to change your mindset, that's your business. A lot of Trinidadians like that. Once something took place or play off, they had that in their mind forever and they just view you as that person. It's so weird. That thinking is so weird, like that happened. It's like, yeah, I always gonna remember you for that. So I not dancing around anything. I would answer you straightforward. Last night I heard you say that you. Oh, I mean, you know, I enjoying. I living in Trinidad. The island is called Trinidad and Tobago. I belong to both. I would like to think, because that's what it says, on my national issued ID. So I feel like that is trying to separate. I know it didn't ask the question in a malicious way, but like I just trying to show you that the island is still one now, boys. So I belong to both. It really doesn't matter if it's not there. So I belong to Trinidad and Tobago. Sorry to give the kind of lame answer, but it's true. It's true. People does always do that weird separation thing. Yes, there's two separate islands, but it's one place. So I belong to Tobago, but I also belong to Trinidad. I've been in both long enough. So did you enjoy your stay in Tobago? Oh my gosh, Jen, this place is responsible for 50% of the enjoyment this year in Tobago. I cannot get over how much I love this Airbnb. It is comfortable. It is nice. There may be a lot of insects and dogs on the street for whatever reason, but it has contributed to 50% of my enjoyment because the bed was not stone, it was not hard, it was soft and nice. The air conditioned walk-in. There's an oceanside view that I wake up to every morning. Um, because we live in close to the ocean here as well, there's a lot of rain showers that pass through. They don't last long, but they pass through really quickly. So yeah, I have thoroughly enjoyed my stay in Tobago this time around, and it was vibes. I Nothing to complain about, other than the trucks that kept passing along the road while the masqueraders was masquerading. But then again, I always have a problem with that in Tobago. So will you be implementing more? Yes, I admittedly fell short in interviews this year. Last year, I said I wanted to do more interviews this year. If we were to be technical about it, I did do more interviews this year, but I only did like three. That's not a lot. So next year for 2026, I want to do even more than three interviews. So yes, I will try my best to do interviews. It's something I've wanted to do years now. So I will be trying my best. And seeing the mic working good. I ain't seen nobody complaining. So yeah, yeah. I would definitely try my best to implement more interviews. I'm going to be just a point to note, the interviews I will be doing is more people who involved in anything, more like pan players or people involved in carnival or who are traditional costumes. I'm not going to be interviewing high profile people like the president of Trinbago, Beverly Ramsey Moore, or the president of this, because those people I feel get recognition enough on the corporate news channels and they're always in an interview on the corporate channels. So I don't feel like again anything new based on that. Like, what am I going up to Miss Beverly and do, bro? Like, she's been involved in so much interviews since she's become president. So I feel like I'll just leave that for news stations. They got that. That's the main thing they do. They interview the high profile people and stuff. Whereas I'll take the stuff that they don't do. I'll go to the common person in the event, go to the pan player, go to the young pan player, be like, how you feeling? How long you in this? Where you see yourself? What you enjoy most about playing for whoever you're playing for, stuff like that. So I will do more interviews like that. So don't want to disappoint, but I'm not going to be interviewing, people like that now, boy. I'll leave the high profile people for the news stations. I'll more interview the common people you see who enjoy any stuff because I feel like their opinion matters more. No deal. Oh, the link. I'm so sorry. I forgot a lot of people have trust issues with links. I'm sorry. I know the world is a crazy place. So let me try to ease your mind. I do apologize. I forgot that America is a crazy place where you get scammed or you get hacked or you get virus with links. I am sorry. I didn't, help out a little bit with making you all feel safe. Okay, so this link is linked to an app, right? It's linked to an app that I'm using right now. It's a known app. And if you click it, it teleports you to a message board. All it have on that page is a place to write your message and the send button. So I'll open it on my phone just to show you that the link is safe. It's kind of weird that I build up trust as a YouTuber all these years to kind of get a virus. So let me just ease your mind a little bit. I'll open the app on my phone. This is the app here. As you see, telonym is the same app in chat. And as you see, questions, these are the questions here. So I read them off as I get them. So I am sorry, I forgot the world is a crazy place. I forgot a lot of people have, PTSD from links. But I hope you trust me enough to know that I would never do that. Because that don't make sense. If I was to put a virus on a computer, how would I ever expect you to come back to my channel and watch my content if I do nefarious stuff like that? So, yes, the link is 100% safe, guys. My apologies again. Could have done better with making people feel safe. I forget not everywhere is Trinidad. And for those of you who now come in and don't know what I'm talking about, that link at the top of my channel, at the top of my chat that's pinned, it is a private message place. If you don't want your question to be public in the YouTube chat and your name showing, you click that link and it's going to be a private settings where I see a question. Not even I know who asked the question. Once you don't put your name, I don't know who asked the question. It's totally anonymous. And I just considered people who may not wanted, their name to show up if the question was too private or silly or whatever the case is. So that's an option to ask me questions as well. Do you think Trinidad is outpricing them ourselves with Carnival? Do you think it's with the cost of value? That's an interesting question. I think Carnival is with the cost and value. I think it is. And at the end of the day, Trinidad is more energy growth than anything else. But this one massive cultural aspect does bring in and continues to bring in a lot of US dollars, albeit we don't see it. We don't see those US dollars as citizens, but irrelevant. That's irrelevant. It does help our economy boost temporarily. It does bring in a lot of new tourists. It does bring in the same tourists every year. It does bring in an influx of people in the country. It does bring businesses to the common person who's selling drinks, snacks on the side of the road, the common people who have food businesses but not a storefront, to try local Trinidad cuisine, stuff like that. So it does boost almost every aspect in Trinidad. I think it is very lucrative still. Certain parts of Carnival is mismanaged, I would admit, but for the most part, it is worth it. For the most part, it is worth it still. It is worth it. It's still one of the biggest shows on earth. A lot of people still love our carnival. A lot of foreigners still hear about our carnival and come for the first time. I love that. I've seen the videos from international creators. Yo, I'm going to Trinidad in February to experience the carnival for the first time and stuff like that. It's great. It's great. You're a great listener. That is not a question. Hey, Maria. Are those mosquitoes? Actually, funny enough, I have not run into a single mosquito in Tobago, Sheila. I have not run into a single mosquito in Tobago. Huh, that's great. That's one positive as well in Tobago. When was the last time you involved in a romantic relationship? 2014. 2014. There we go. So 11 years ago. How is the air up there? Maria, it is getting overcast a little bit right now. There may be some clouds rolling off the ocean, but it is warm. For some strange reason, every night I've spent in Tobago, so far it's been warm. And it only gets cool around 5 in the morning. That's the coolest part of Tobago. I know Trinidad is not really better, but at least around 1 or 2, it starts to cool in Trinidad. I don't know what's going on right now. I don't know what weather pattern we're experiencing, but in Tobago, these 5 nights I've been here has been warm. It's warm currently speaking to you. And I hate warm nights. It's annoying. But it is windy kind of because I'm on a hill, so it helps. But it's warm. Did you make friends with the landlord for the next year? I wouldn't say I made friends, but what do you call it? Acquaintances? No, not acquaintances. Um, I just reached out to him and just, told him that I would probably book the place in advance because he can't, as a landlord, hold show special he can't show special treatment to me by holding the place, just in case he doesn't know that I would keep my word at the end of the day. Remember, he running a business, so um, in his mind, he'll be like, okay, this boy's saying every year he'll come back here, so let me just hold a spot for him. But then, what happens if I don't show up and he has a place now that he could have booked out for the high point of Carnival? Because big money for Carnival, so um, I would have to go do just what I did this year and have to book it early. So no real special treatment, and I understand at the end of the day you can't do that. It's a business you're running. Some people can, some people can't. I have no scene with that. I'll just book it early like I did. Because I view coming to Tobago as a vacation, Yolande, and it's nice to be just by myself or with a roommate this year, and like I have a streaming person who's downstairs in the same place here. Not streaming, sorry. The photographer, he's downstairs. So it's just nice to breeze out, by yourself. Can you interview phase two frontline player? I'll try. I'll try. I think I did an interview with one of the foreign players in phase two, if I'm not mistaken. It was either this year or last year. I remember that. It was probably last year. I remember I did an interview. That was probably the first interview I did on your channel. So, but yeah, I got you. Oh, yeah, yeah, okay, yeah, yeah. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. You're right. You're right. It is a Tobago thing. Yeah, right, you're right. No, no, you're right. You're right. I passed by your family house last night. Ooh, was that was that off the highway? You don't need to tell me where you live in, obviously, or your family house. That's not what I'm asking. But was your family house on the crossroads after I came off the highway, or was it somewhere else? That's all I'm asking. Don't need to say exactly where. Costumes are way too expensive, yes. Um, However, this is the beauty, right, Joy? I would admit costumes are expensive, but it's all according to who you play with. See, if you go in with people like large, like Tribe and Bliss and Ronnie and Cara and other stuff, you can't expect to pay $1,000 for that, or even 2 or 3,000 TT. Like, you gotta understand that those bands are big, and anything that is big and popular is money. Like, I admit those costumes are overpriced, and those bands really overdoing it. But at the end of the day, I understand consumerism and demand. So you'll never pay under $3,000 for a costume with Thrive unless you have a link to get a reduced price. You enter a competition to get a reduced price, or enter a competition to get free. So this is why it's good that Trinidad Carnival is so big, because you don't need to play with those bands. You could also find a cheaper band. There are cheaper band options where you could pay $2,000 to play. And one of those cheaper bands are the Sunny Bling band that he has. I forgot. I think it's Harvard Time. Sunny Bling's band is $1,000 to play with. $1,000. Admittedly, you don't have elaborate feather costumes with Sunny Bling's band. It's not like a big jam of feather costumes. You don't have multiple music trucks, but you have your drink truck, you have your one music truck, and you still get into parade on the road with a limited costume. There are mid-price options like Spirit Mass. Spirit Mass, you could get a costume for $5,000. There's other bands like Paparazzi around that same price range. There's medium bands you could get for $3,000. So you don't necessarily, you have to wager what you want out of Carnival. If you want to still play, you could bite your bullets and not wear an amazing costume and still wear a costume regardless for $3,000. Or, well, try by $7,000 and $10,000. That's the cheapest package, by the way, for those bands. So, though I don't understand your price concerns, there are options. There are multiple options. Yes, K-Rich, that is the plan to venture to other Caribbean islands for Carnival. I do plan to do that. Yes, it's in the works. Just working out accommodations and tour guide. This place is 72 US. 72 US a night. Rosemary. What's the weirdest thing you've ever done in public? Oh man. Nah, boy. I unfortunately have to concede with answering every question. I would unfortunately have to concede with answering every question. See that question? Unfortunately for me, I apparently have family watching this stream and stuff like that, so I'm not gonna answer that. I ain't gonna answer that. That will stay anonymous. Sorry about that day. I could give you a lesser crazy thing I've done in public, however. But I can't answer the craziest stuff because nah. See, there's so much. I wanna at least give you one situation. You know what? I'll just leave you to a lame thing. On stream 2 years ago, while going to stream a pan event in Port of Spain, I saw a pothole in the road, and I went up to it with the camera and I interviewed a pothole. I don't know if anybody here remembers that, but if anybody here remembers that, hey, I was interviewing a pothole and I didn't care who was watching. I was looking weird. I was bending down filming this pothole with my, you know, with my face in view, and I was interviewing a pothole in Portersfield. So that's one of my fun memories. All right, let me switch over to the secret app. Let's see. We have a couple questions over here. Oh my goodness. Did anyone break your heart? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. Coincidentally, and obviously, that was the last relationship I was involved in, which is the one I said in 2014. Yeah. Yeah. But to be honest, I'm not gonna be that type of person who'll be like, yeah, it was all this person's fault and yada yada yada. Um, that that situation then, that was my first. It was my first relationship, but it was my first serious one. And there was stuff I could have done better. There was stuff I was still learning because, you know, I was still learning how to be a significant other and stuff. So there was some stuff that I didn't fully understand that was affecting the other person because it was just something newish to me now, boy. So there was some things I could have done better, but because it was just so different, no one really taught me how to be in. People don't really teach people how to be in relationships. You kind of figure that out a little bit, you know. You could get like guidance and pointers, but like to teach someone how to be in a relationship, we don't really do that as Caribbean people. You just jump in the ocean and you figure it out, right? So it took me a little while to understand certain things that I was saying or not doing came off a particular way, which was not my intention. So I would say about a good 40% of the failure of it was my fault at the end of the day. But that person was it was toxic, bro. The person was toxic. The person was toxic. That wasn't the person for me at all. It was a toxic individual. So yeah. It's a bit of heartbreak there, but what you gonna do? Live and you learn, right? Your favorite TV and movie. Favorite movie continues to be Avengers, Marvel Avengers, the first one that came out in 2012. It was the first time I actually got to see some of my favorite heroes, those big monsters. Marvel Avengers is my favorite um TV show, movie. Um, when it comes to TV show, it's tied between Marvel, Agents of Shield. As you can see, I'm a superhero nerd, and it's something you might not expect as well. A lot of you might not expect this answer, but my favorite TV show, tied for number one, is Grey's Anatomy. The Doctor Pitted that have a whole lot of sexual activity for whatever reason. They hypersexualize that TV show, but it's also like a soap opera type thing. It's so chaotic, but I've watched Grey's Anatomy since 2005, and it's the longest TV show I've ever watched. I'm still actively watching it, so it's a bit weird. It's different from what I usually watch, but Grey's Anatomy is tied for my best TV show and Agents of Shield. What is my ultimate chill thing to do when I'm home? I'll be honest, this is gonna sound so lame. Play a game. Play a game with my friends. It's the simplest answer. That yeah, boy. or watch football. I'm big into football and cricket, so I'll watch football and cricket home too. So that's what I like to do when I'm home. Nothing too exciting. So did you get your Asian side? What? Can the person who asked that elaborate, or am I stupid? I don't know what that means. So where did you get your? Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Listen. Oh, never mind. I read over your question. My apologies. So there's this weird thing people keep telling me on my YouTube when I do a close shot of my face. People keep saying I have squinty Asian eyes. And I don't know what to do with that information. So it keeps prompting me to want to have an ancestry test done. So your question reminded me that I want to take one of those tests. So I don't have an answer for you because I don't think I have any bit of Asian in me. But thank you for asking that. It reminded me that I need to take an ancestry test because I've always wanted to do it to see bits and pieces of how much of what I have in me. Just a curiosity. Why do you have 30 moderators on every single thing you say? 30 what? Damn. That's so sad. I actually have less mods now than I used to have. I start at this point last year actually. No, not this point last year. Earlier last year, I probably had around 22 mods. I had around 22 mods last year, which is the most I've ever had ever. I don't know why I had that much. I guess the people that I chose for mods were not bad. I did like them. They were cool people and they were always here and they were super supportive. So I had 22 moderators last year. Actually, this right now as we speak, in this month, I think I have about 8 mods. So this is the least amount of mods I've had. The reason why you probably asked that question is the thing is, as a moderator, you appear different and chat with a blue name. And my moderators tend to talk a lot. So what you end up just seeing is a wall of blue text. But trust me, I don't have a lot of moderators. I legit have 8. My moderators just talk so much that, which is why they are moderator too, because they're, social. They just talk so much, you just see a wall of blue text and it looks like a lot, but I don't have a lot of moderators. It's literally just 8. And um and different moderators do different things. I just read the second part of your question. So different moderators do different things on my stream in case you haven't realized. Again, I have a fair idea who's asking this question, but that's not what I want to dwell on. What I want to dwell on is, unfortunately, you are trying to dwell on one thing without actually sitting down and understanding how my channel is run. And that is a little bit unfortunate because you have been on my channel for quite a while. And I don't know how you have not realized that different moderators have different rules here. Whereas I have moderators who just are there to post links. I have 2 moderators who are there just to welcome everyone, which is Xdaki and Rajesh, just to welcome everyone. I have Sheena there who's to post donation links and just anything I need. I have K-Rich there who's there to post donation links and answer questions that anybody asks that I am not able to, which is one of the biggest thing to do because I miss a lot of stuff sometimes. And it's kind of unfortunate that people think I ignore them. If you watch my chat, people think I ignore them in stream sometimes when I'm doing carnival, but it's not ignoring it. It's a lot of stuff going on. So she's there to reiterate, yo, Brandon, this person asked you this question. So she has that role. Charles is one of my new moderators. She's there to welcome as well and also post links to my social media. So again, you're asking targeted questions, but you're not understanding because you're not willing to open your mind and see that different moderators have different roles on my channel. And I wish you would do better. I wish you would stop being simple-minded and understand how it is. But I guess you want to take that route. So no one mod is the only mod on my channel. They all have different roles. They all do different things. I beg you to pay attention and you would see it. And you would see I'm not just talking nonsense. And maybe your eyes might finally be open. Maybe. Or you might just keep thinking, whatever Brandon's saying. And it's clear you have a vendetta. So. And then Jen is my moderator who takes pictures for me and she sends it to my WhatsApp. She always takes pictures. She tell me, Brandon, go here, go there. So Jen also is a moderator who does something different. She takes pictures for me. Hey Christopher. Hey Christopher. Oh, the volume's on this? Okay. Cool, cool. No, no. This is a question and answer session. So, like I said, I'm answering everything. They ask a question, I have no answer answering. I am a straightforward person. I'll let you know as is. There's no question too difficult or beaten around the bush here. And like I said, I have no problem answering this individual's question. What was your first celebrity crush? What was this girl's name, bro? Um, hmm. Oh boy. It is definitely from one of those shows, one of those Nickelodeon type shows, those coming up age shows. Right. My first celebrity crush was from the show, and this was a lot of people's celebrity crush, by the way. The girl from Boy Meets World, Topanga. Yeah, 100%. A lot of people love Topanga, by the way, from Girl Meets Boy Meets World. What's the most adventurous thing you ever done? I climbed a volcano, Jamil, in 20. Hmm. No, that was before that, actually. That was before that. I climbed a volcano in St. Vincent, the Soufriere Hills volcano, the one that erupted some years ago. I climbed that back in 2005, I think. I was young. I was young. I was not in high school yet, I think. And I did that hike because I thought it would have been the coolest thing to climb a volcano, and I was 100% correct. Climbing that volcano took like 2 hours, but it was amazing to look down inside a volcano. And then at the top of the volcano, it was so high, it was cool and nice. And one of the coolest experiences as well was feeling clouds for the first time. So I got to be on top of a volcano and experience clouds going through you. I didn't think clouds were solid. That's a stupid thing to assume, but I did not expect to not feel like nothing at all. And what I did felt was water. As soon as a cloud passed through, it's just water you're feeling. And there was a slight, and when I mean slight, a very slight electrical feeling as well. But yeah, the experience of clouds passing through on top of the volcano, yeah, that's the most adventurous thing I've done. Climbing on top of a volcano. I don't know about that whole cast thing though, Faith. What's the strangest thing you've ever received? So I received a doll. A lot of you guys are gonna know what the song's like already, but I received a doll from a girl some years ago that had pins in it. And that's all I'm gonna say. I'm like, thanks, okay. So yeah, yeah. I kind of threw that away, like an hour after. Do you find the government should do better at them jobs of taking people in Trinidad and Tobago? Wait, Lionel, I don't want to assume what your question means. Could you ask over that question, Lionel? So do you find the government should do better at them jobs of taking people in Trinidad and Tobago? What do you mean? Are you kind of veered off from English there a little bit or comprehension? I don't quite catch what you mean. You could literally be talking about Venezuelans or the new jobs that Kamala is offering people or taking who Trinidad and Tobago. So if you could ask over that question, that'd be nice. I don't quite understand what you mean there. Are you a football fan? Can we qualify for the World Cup? I am a massive football fan. No, we cannot qualify for the World Cup. Oh my gosh. I am sorry to say I am not a patriotic local football fan. I am not proud to admit, but I am stern and saying I did not have any high hopes for us qualifying for the World Cup this year to begin with. Before our first game played, I was like, we're not going to get there. Jamaica had a much better chance. I theorized of getting to the World Cup than us. And so said, so done. I went to watch us play one game in the stadium and we struggled to score a goal. Even though we got a draw, we scored nothing. We didn't look like scoring. We threw away chances. Um, we play really lackadaisical football in this country, and I really don't follow our football. I don't. I've given up on our football for a number of years now. I more watch football in the UK where I have my club, Chelsea, by the way, which I'm doing so hot up right now, but I follow football away. I don't follow local football that much. What's the cringiest thing I've ever posted on social media? Back in the day, I was a very random person, even 5 times more random than I am now. I was a very random person back in the day. So I used to post all sorts of crazy texts. I was reminded because Facebook likes to remind you of stuff you post in the past, right? And last year, a reminder came up from 10 years ago. I posted something, and I don't even know why I typed that. But I told my friend at the time, I hope you jump on a banana and feel it. Up till now, I don't know why I typed that. I don't know why I typed that. No idea. I don't even remember what it was so random. I was so random when I was younger. So random. Would you ever play Mass in Trinidad? Jen, I have played Mass for a very long time in Trinidad. Um, like I said already, I have 15 years under my belt, but I will play in the future though. I will play in the future. I definitely will play again. My number one band I would like to join is Ronnie and Caro because they are vibes. They are super vibes. If I don't join Ronnie and Caro, it would have to be Spirit Mass. What's an embarrassing secret you've never told anyone? No. What's the most complex drink you've had to make bartending? Um, there isn't any real drink, Sheena, that's really so elaborate that it's complex. However, I do remember there was a Bloody Mary I had to make. It was a spin off of a Bloody Mary. It used basically some of the same ingredients, but some additional ingredients. So it was like a Bloody Mary on steroids. So I had to get it done proportion wise for it to taste good. So that's why it was complex. The Bloody Mary had tomato juice. That is a main ingredient in Bloody Mary for those who don't know. And it's a seasoned cocktail. It's ridiculous. You literally have to season this drink. and it's it's a whole thing. So the vodka went in, seasoning salt, pepper, save, the alcohol, and then there was two extra ingredients because it was an improvised Bloody Mary that I can't remember right now. I think it was a bit of Red Bull and something else. But if you don't get the proportions done right, it will not taste good because you're dealing with tomato juice. A tomato is basically like a salsa. So that's the most complex drink, an improvised Bloody Mary. All right, so we are going over our time here about small thing. We chilling and stuff, so I guess I could extend the Q&A for an extra hour because you guys seem to be vibing and it's a cool scene and chat. So we'll extend the Q&A by 50 more minutes, so we'll end off at 10 instead. Let's go to the secret app and read those questions there. We have some questions there. Did you know you could save 15% or more when switching to Geico? What the? I am so sorry. I can't. I can't appeal to somebody with a vendetta because you still think I'm full of it, and I don't know how to change your mind, and I am not into the business of changing your mind. And you know what? At this point, I simply do not care because what's sad is I vibe with you. I vibe with you heavy, and me and you personally have never had anything. So if you don't want to understand where I am coming from, I'm not going to hold your hand. I'm not going to explain anymore. It's just unfortunate that your vendetta is bigger than me and you having a friendship because even though you're expressing all of this, I still have no problem with you. And I would never have no problem with you. And I would always talk to you with respect and still have a vibe with you. So all of this thing that is bubbling up here in your secret messages, that's all well and good. If you think what I'm talking not appealing to your ears, it's okay. You know what? Not everybody's gonna like what I say. Not everybody's gonna like what I do. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna make sure I am still cordial with you, and I have no problem with you, none whatsoever. And I still just heal you out and talk to you, and that's all I really care about. So you can still have your vendetta. If that's gonna make you come in between both of us, then okay, I guess there's no more friend in the first place, right? But on my end, I still gonna be chill with you, and that's all I really care about. You know, my interest is vibing with everybody. So whatever you on about, that's cool. That's not my business. That's actually not my business. So you see how you wish me the best? I wish you the best that one day you could understand, you could separate this from me because I find it's all very silly. Because I could separate something from somebody else. If somebody has a friend, right? And I don't really mess with that friend, that shouldn't make me and that person not be cool, you know? What I'm saying? So like if this whole thing is too much for you and you can't vibe with me one on one, then I guess it's better you let me know one time in the private message, hey Brandon, that's it I going. That might be better than all we're doing here because like I said, me and you does vibe. And you making this sour everything. So I don't know what to tell you. Except that I'll just continue being cool with you because I don't have a problem with you. And that's all I could really say. I don't have a problem with nobody. So you know, cool scene. Cool scene. It is what it is, bro. It is what it is. Yeah, Chris. Yeah. Yeah. I will. I definitely will. We will do this again. When are the aliens coming? Never. I don't believe in aliens. It's weird. It's a weird concept. It might have life out there, but not in like full alien form. Maybe like some diseases or microbes or some other organic type of life, but no aliens. I have a question here everybody could answer, so feel free to do. Whoa, we. Should Christianity do better in them teachings of Christ or not? Better as in how? I feel like, you know, for spreading the word, first you have to have an outlet for it, right? And I feel like, churches are an outlet. If you want, they give you the option to do that or not. And then they have ministries that go out to door or community to community. So I feel like overall they do a good job because there are millions of people. Unless you want to talk about Trinidad alone, then there are thousands of people involved in a religious background in the country. So I feel like overall they do what they're supposed to do. Whether they could do it better, I'm sure everybody could do everything better. Um, but I think what they're doing is sufficient. They have avenues. They have their Christian TV shows now. There are Christian cartoons. There's Christian um, Christian music has evolved into different genres: Christian rap, Christian hip hop, Christian slows, Christian country. So they have made strides to get into common areas that youths are in, especially they target the youths to get them in early. So I feel like I feel like it's enough. I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of people who say they should do more, but they've provided avenues to welcome people, so to speak. All right, Rosemary, have a good night. I'm probably not gonna visit that beach. Oh, thanks for reminding me. So, guys, we have a beach named after us in the North Coast. Just cool. And we're probably not gonna go back to that for the rest of the year. Maybe sometime early next year. I have no set things in order for that, but maybe next year. Not Chelsea, not Manchester or Arsenal. I'm a Chelsea person. Do you prefer giving or receiving in a relationship? Well, boss, that's a question I can't really answer, not because I don't want to answer it, but because my experience is just like literally 2 years. My experience is literally 2 years. So I don't have like a list of stuff that I per se expect, want, like, how to operate. So no idea. No idea. So I actually can't answer that question because of lack of extended experience. I am 33 years old. My birthday was last month. My birthday is in September the 6th. So I am 33. I am not old. I am not youngish. I am nicely poised as beginning to lose youth, but I'm still young. I'm still young. I think 30s is still a young age. I know a lot of people in their 30s like to start making jokes about they getting old and they're feeling older and stuff, but I think 30s are still some of your youthful years. I think when you start hitting 40s is where you could be like, all right, I'm starting to get some age, starting to lift off. So yeah. Yes, Brandon, we are off the highway and I had to watch and make sure you did not get knocked. What the heck? I had to make sure what you didn't get knocked down. That's a crazy sentence, but that's funny. Yeah, my foot is not hurting any less today, but thank you. At least it's not worse. With secondary school, I attended a pink high school named Bon Air Secondary School. At least that's the name of it at the time. Bon Air Secondary School. I think it changed to Bon Air High School, or is it Bon Air High Sec? I don't know. It changed its name like 3 times now. It was a pink school located on the bus route in Aruka. It's very hard to miss because the entire school was pink. The entire school was pink. My co-host, Christopher, also from the same school. That's where I know him from. Affectionately known as the pink school on the bus route. That's what everybody called us. To become a lawyer, Jamil, never. Never, never. I've actually never wanted to be a lawyer anyway. That's a profession that didn't appeal to me. I don't want to take on people's cases. Um, that's I believe there's something for everybody. That's not my area at all. Boy. What are the words on the white bandana? I think I received this from. Where did I receive this? I received this last night from. I don't know. I'm not feeling tongue-tied. I don't know. If you found the love of your life and she cooked you pilau as a meal, would you eat it or would you decline knowing it would break her heart? I would instantly be single. There's no way. You know I don't like pilau and that's what you cook. But ultimately, okay, that's too much. Let me retract that because at this point in time and this day and age, you shouldn't be relying on any one person to cook. So I changed my answer immediately. You shouldn't be relying on any one person to cook meals. If that's what the person want to do, whatever. But I would not be partaking on it. Yes, it will hurt her feelings if so she might be the person leaving me then. So, either way, I guess single is the word of the day. But if she's understanding and she understands that I do not like pilau, she wouldn't cook it, right? But it would be weird getting hurt feelings for doing something and know the other person doesn't like. The light in the background is it's one of those flood lights for parties on a truck right now that flashes back and forth. So it's one of those big music trucks that are out in the distance there. How was your day in Tobago? Today was good. Today was relaxing. I went to the beach. I went to Pigeon Point Beach. I soaked my foot a little bit, take a small beach bath. It turns out I just keep forgetting how tired the beaches make you. So I was supposed to do this Q&A by the beach, and then I was so tired. I was like, nah, boy. If I stay on this beach, I go in and fall asleep. So I'd make the trek back here to do the Q&A here instead. Beach was nice. And today was restful. I've been following you since before Carnival 2023, and this is the first time I'm hearing another. Wait, what? After the try and defuse a situation. Yeah. Listen, it is what it is. It is what it is, Haiti. There are people who would always. Not everybody have the same personality, right? So for me, for instance, the person that you hear me responding to in a private message, they're no different from half of Trinidad and Tobago. Half of Trinidad and Tobago have the personality where if somebody triggers them, they are going to be angry at that person forever, and it's going to spoil every relationship that person does speak to. That's how Trinidadians are. We are an ignorant people. I could say that because I live there. I just interact with Trinidadians every day. As lovely as they are, there's a lot of ignorant Trinidadians. So all you need to do is one thing, and that person have you down in the mind forever. So it's always gonna have people like that. Not everybody have my personality where I just view thing as small thing. I just view real thing as small thing. And I'm not saying you should let people walk all over you or you accept nonsense. But at the end of the day, I just try to live life because life too short, you know? Look how much people dropping down a heart problems, dropping down a heat stroke, dropping down a COVID complications. And before you know it, you live half your life, you then get to live into your 70s, your 80s, and you're dead. Is my philosophy, and this is not to sound big, and if that person's still listening, who asking me these questions, this is not an attack against you. It's generally how I feel, and I've said this already. Life too short. I know you probably hear that all your life, but dog, we live on an island. We live on one of the best places in the world. And it don't make sense to me that I have somebody up in my mind and I angry with this person and I looking off people or acting differently to other people. Like that is small thing. Them thing is small thing to me. I don't make them thing bother me. And especially when we live in a country where we have much bigger issues like crime to study about, your safety, your children to study about. You know, whether grocery going up again to study about, whether you could get released from your job. Why I would make somebody bother me like that? That has always been weird to me. And that's why I would never make people distress my mentals like that. Literally, I just treat them thing a small thing, which is why you would never see me in real life on a stream carry on with somebody fall out and continue that months or years and that them thing is small thing. But imagine I have an issue with somebody for most of my life and then, you know, I just go on tomorrow. Like, them thing don't make sense. Them thing don't make sense. So it have people who just think like me, who don't make them thing an issue and they just try to live life and enjoy living on an island, being an island person. And there are people who just be like that, who just take things to heart or really you know, stand somebody and it's be a thing drag out for years. Like, it's whatever. Yeah, there's actually a lot of people older than 55 in this chat currently as well. Faith, why are you laughing at my school calling it a Barbie school, boy? That's crazy. How come you didn't go last up with Fog Angels? I don't. Oh, well, I answered this question, but I know you wasn't here. I didn't go last up with Fog Angels because number one, I have a streamer friend, Tish, as you know. I'm living my life. She had it covered. So I knew whoever wanted to watch Fog Angels would be adequately covered and they would still get. Alright, I think we should be back here. Alright, yeah, we should be back. Yeah. Going till 10, so that means 26 more minutes actually. Yeah. Alright, so I'm going to answer the last few questions behind the camera since since my mics both died. Yeah, my mics both died. All right. Don't let people take away my joy. Never. Never, never, never. Never. See, if I let people take away my joy, I will be no different than people that are currently asking me questions right now, having issues with other people and talking about it everywhere. Like, why would I want to do that when I could enjoy life and be cool with everybody? That's my main point. And I hope one day that this person understands there's more to life, and that one day this person could separate the anger that they have to this person and just be chill with me again, let me revive, because I really don't understand why that's so difficult. It is so incredibly dumb. Hey, Joycelyn, no problem. No problem. Joycelyn, one question though. One question. Have you been here for beyond this year, or did you find me this year? Because I'm trying to place the name, but I'm not too sure if you've been here for a while or not. But you, every time I've seen you, at least for Tobago Carnival, you're super active, you're super interactive, you're a cool person. So just want to make sure that you're not like somebody else under a different name, that type of thing, you know. Oh, okay, I know who you are. Okay. Okay, got it. Cool. Okay, I know who we're talking to. Got you. Yes, Margaret, and I think it's cool too. That's why I always say at the end of not even at the end. That's why I always say during the streams, as I always show myself and be like, guys, you know, this is what I look like. If you ever see me, come up, say hi, come vibe. I like stuff like that. So now this year was very different, where we saw a lot of Rad Nation members. We saw so much people this year, if you all remember, throughout the whole day. Both for Pan and Trinidad Carnival, I think this year we've seen the most Rad Nation members ever. And I was telling you guys constantly who is who. This year was so nice to finally meet so much people. But we already had met Exquisite Darky, but we saw her, we had seen Didi, we've seen Gloria, we've seen so much people this year. Charles came and vibes us, our moderator. So we were able to put so much faces to names this year, and I was so appreciative of that. It's always nice because you guys could type behind a screen forever, and you know, even though I like the vibes of y'all typing and interacting, it's still nice sometimes to put a face to a name. So this year was very different and I loved it. Are you coming San Fernando for City Day in November? Yes, I am. I will be there, Maria. No, Jen, the moon is still a cookie-shaped crescent. We're gonna have to wait about a week or more for full moon. Oh yeah, I did see for City Day. City Week happens along the street of San Fernando, and the Pan and Powders per se, it starts in San Fernando there and it ends at, I forgot the name of the street it starts on, but it starts close to the food basket there, and then it goes along the route all the way to Skinner's Park. So Skinner's Park only hosts the Pan and Powder. I met you twice, Brandon. I was a star masquerader in 2023 from Low Stripe. I came up to you, camera and blew a kisses at you, and met you at John Cupid tent where you, yeah. I remember you as well. Yep. I remember you. Hey, should come as a nice vibe. So yeah, it's always nice when people from the stream come say hi. It's always nice. Because I'll remember it that way even more, you know. See, all you need to do is call out a specific place or situation or something that you did to the camera and I'll remember it. Do you like fish broth? No, hell no. That's the other food that I hate. So you're literally calling number 1 and number 2 food that I dislike. I hate how fish broth smell. I hate how fish broth looks. I hate how fish broth tastes. The three trifecta. Like fish broth don't even stand a chance. At least with pilau I could look at pilau. At least with pilau I could kind of smell pilau. I just can't eat pilau. But with fish broth is all three. It looks like nonsense. It smells like ass. And it tastes like trash. So like, no hope for fish broth. No. I wanted to wear the t-shirt that was gifted for me for pan and powder. However, I found no real time to wear Princess Margaret's t-shirt in Tobago because I felt at any point in time it would have got stuff on it, and I was correct. Everything I streamed in Tobago, each of my streaming shirts right now were dated with something different. So I think I made the right choice. I did bring it, and I'll show you guys it right now. I did bring it, but so I have it with me right now. But yeah, I found no real appropriate time to wear this. So, I also don't think I'll be wearing it that much as well. I don't think I'll be wearing it that much. I think I'll only specifically wear it for stuff I'm doing in Renegade Spaniard. For obvious reasons. I think that's the only place I'll be wearing this shit. I don't want to wear it anywhere else because I want it to last. Because of the print at the front, which is a pity of me. Haha. Look at that guy, look at that guy, look at that guy, look at that guy. Yeah, because it's a pity of me. I know I've experience with this material already. And it could only go through so much washes. It doesn't matter if you're careful or not. It could only go through so much washes. So, and because of how much I like this, I would not be wearing this shirt too much. So I would reserve it only for Renegades type stuff. I did bring it with the intention of wearing it, but then after I sat down, this was a whole 5-minute process of thinking, by the way. I literally sat down and I'm like, you know what? What if this happens? Okay, I definitely can't do Juve because that going on get paint up. Okay, so not that. How about Carnival? Nah, but then it might have mud mass, and it did have mud mass in Carnival still. I was like, nah. Alright, pan and powder? No, they'll keep throwing powder, even though powder could wash off, but you never know, so there was never a good time. The guy wasn't there, K-Rich. I'm so upset about that. He wasn't there. I should have looked for him today, but I was on my own beat today, so next time. Next time, K-Rich, next time. No, I haven't used the cup either. Alright guys, so we're gonna be wrapping up this little session in like 11 minutes, so, and we have a bunch of packing to do because I haven't packed anything yet for my trip tomorrow. Again, I leave tomorrow at 12 p.m. We'll be going down on the Buccaneer boat, and yeah, we'll be going live, of course, for that. We're going live for the Buccaneer trip. Should take 3 hours, so we should be back in Trinidad. We should be back in Trinidad by 3 p.m. We should. We go see. So if anybody has any last minute questions, you have 10 minutes, guys. 10 minutes. Hi Brandon, I had a wonderful weekend with you and tonight was great. Return to Trinidad safely. Thanks for the weekend. Have a blessed night. Love always. Yolandi. Appreciate you always being here and the support. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Thank you very much and I'm glad you enjoyed. No, well I have to bury it. I say I go. Oh my god. You're so off for that. I'm gonna carry it with me to Trinidad and we're gonna bury it as soon as we touch down in Trinidad. So the umbrella was killed in Tobago and buried in Trinidad. Have fun tomorrow. Thank you, Annette. Have a blessed night. Have a blessed night, Justin. Hey, Haiti, appreciate you. Appreciate you for stopping by and still being here on the channel all these years later. Thank you, guys. Yes, so yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about up here. Yeah, there was the clouds did make a temporary face. It lasted for like 30 seconds to 40 seconds. It was funny. It was freaky but funny. But then clouds moved, so it messed it up. Who is the most hardened mod? K-Rich. K-Rich is the most hardened moderator that I have. That's not even a question. It's like facts at this point. Have a good night, Maria. Thank you for that. My goodness, it's finally starting to get a little bit cooler. Well, I'm gonna tell you if it's my hard mod, is my hard mod. The street is my most hard mod. But even that serves a purpose, so I don't need I don't need all my moderators to be nice. If all my moderators were nice, then, you know, everybody would feel like they could do whatever they want. Sometimes just being a little bit different has its positives. He's been the best behavior, Margaret. Nah, yeah, Margaret, you just be chilling. Everybody just be chilling, you know. Chilling is the word of the day, man. This insect has been chirping non-stop for 4 hours. This is mad impressive. Insects don't take a break. Crazy. You never get a good fish, bro. It have no such thing as a good fish. To be honest, this is where it even stems from. I don't know why you taking fish out the ocean, right? You're taking fish out the ocean, which is water, to put it back into water, bro. That's nasty. Wet fish just tastes nasty. It don't matter. If you curry down your fish with curry sauce, it just tastes nasty. Put your fish with fish broth and broad juice is nasty. The only good version of fish is when it dry. When you fry a fish or when it breaded. Even baked. Those 3 versions of fish is the best versions of fish. Why are you taking the fish out of water to put it back in water to cook it and give it as a soup? Just eat the fish out of the ocean and done, man. I know this is a ridiculous reference, but oh gosh. Fish don't taste good in the wet form at all. Number 1 way to prepare fish, breaded fillet fish, you cannot beat that. Number 1. Fry fish, 2nd, can't beat that. Baked fish, 3rd, can't beat that. Roast fish, 4th. I can't even put the fish that wet 5th because it's not even on a list. It's nasty. Imagine if that was the case though, shit. Just imagine. Have a good night, Maria. Nah, I'm not wrong. I totally right. All it does be like, all kind of nastiness and chat, boy. I fed up talk to you about this, you know. It have finer stuff in life. It have way better ways to enjoy fish. But they wanna put fish in water and serve that and drink it down and eat it and stuff. I don't wanna hear all you. Speak to me when all you upgrade all your taste buds, right? Speak to me then. I'll tell moms I say good night, Kay. Oh well, she probably would hear me. So good night, Kay, mom. Thank you. I'll make you feel bad. No problem, Rosemary. It was great having you here too. Do you like oil dong? Hell yeah. Listen, if oil dong wasn't so I would eat oil dong 3 times a week if oil dong wouldn't be an unhealthy thing, bro. But oil dong is such an unhealthy food. It's so good. I love oil dong. Real bad. Real bad. Especially if you have more than just pigtail in it. Oh my gosh, like you're just throwing some veal and some other white meat, but at that point it's just gumbo you're making if you're throwing different meats in it. But oil dong, I love oil dong. Just make sure you cook your breadfruit good. You give them a fair amount of provisions. And you throw some pigtail in there. I've tasted a saltfish oil dong already. It was a bit strange, but I feel like I could do it again. But breadfruit oil dong is where it is with pigtail. Thank you, Junior. Blessings, bro. I'll indeed have a safe trip back to Trinidad. You love anything with. I wish I could say that's not true, but it has so much evidence on my stream of me eating pork type items, but I can't even hide from the allegations. There's like multiple streams of evidence that I like pork. Ugh, poor me, boy. I can't even lie if I wanted to. No. Give me my. I will eat roast pork. Give me my roast pork or barbecue pork. Don't bake it. That's my least enjoyable form of having pork, but I will still eat it because it tastes good, but not baked pork. You give me barbecue pork, that gonna disappear. Or roast pork, that gone. No. Faith is not even that. That's not the issue. I've had many fish broth in my life and I have many pilau in my life. It's the taste of the item I don't enjoy. They don't taste good to me. It's not about because I have friends who are chefs as well, and I can taste when something is good. Like I have a chef friend, right? He works at Mandalina Grand now in Tobago here. And he said try his one. I tried his pilau. He had different meats in it as well, right? Now I'm eating the pilau, and to be fair, I can taste that the pilau is good. I could taste that it's a different quality of pilau from what I'm usually used to. But what he was unable to delete was the base taste that pilau has. Whether his pilau tasted better than everybody's own was true, but the fact remains it still had that taste that I hate. And I told him straight up, yo, your pilau did taste better than the usual pilau I have throughout the country, but it still have that flavor that I don't like. It's the flavor of these items that I don't like. So it doesn't matter who cook up pilau for me. It just tastes the same because of how you prepare it. Have you ever had pulled pork? Yeah, I've had pulled pork already. Pulled pork is nice. Oh, you're ham. Well, I mean, you should be a ham lover, you know. You're from the West Indies now, boy. The only people who are not ham lovers are people who, I don't know, man. They're halal or religious, or they had a really bad experience with ham. But yeah, I know a lot of people like the honey glazed ham these days. We're gonna wrap up in like 7 minutes, by the way. We're gonna wrap up in 7 minutes. There are two hams I like. I like the ham with the bone in it. The hams with the bone in it, I love. Those hams contain some fat and the salt content in it. I love those hams. I guess I like unhealthy things, just as everybody else. Those hams are the best. And then, I don't know if you guys could follow me here. There's a version of ham that we have made in Trinidad here called chicken ham. It's not ham, it's chicken, but it's prepared the way you prepare ham, so it has the ham flavor. Let me know if anybody in chat know what I'm talking about. But you see chicken ham, oh my gosh, it's so good. It's so damn good. It's look a little bit pinkish, but oh my gosh, every bite of that chicken is a ham flavor, and it's done exactly like a ham, and it's great. True, smoked chicken is boss. Smoked chicken is really good. How However, Chinese style chicken, Chinese style rotisserie chicken, I don't know if you've had the pleasure of having that. That is on a different level of goodness. That is delicious. Well, you could love something you never eat, Lionel Messi. Where's your scene, boy? Damn. This is actually first year, not to bring it back up, but this is actually first year I'm leaving Tobago without trying anything. I have not bought KFC, have not bought pizza, have not bought any local food. And I'm about to leave the island without having anything. Small thing. I'll buy some sweets for some people back in Trinidad, I guess. I was so close to buying a pizza too today, but I was like, nah. I wouldn't say you asked the best questions. You know what, Jamil? You asked two questions that were really good. I'll give you props. You asked me two questions that was really, really good tonight. I didn't look for you there, but yeah. You had two banger questions. Overall, your questions wasn't bad either, but two of them, really good. Yeah, Margaret, we vibed. We vibed. Alright, so I'm looking to head out. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much for the Q&A. It was wonderful, and we would have to do this again with Christopher sometime too. But thank you all. This was really fantastic. Thank you very, very much. And signing off to that one person tonight, I do hope you find it in your heart, and you know who I'm speaking to directly as soon as I start this, if you're still listening. To that one person, I do hope you find it in your heart to realize that this is one life you're living. It may sound like old talk, you really don't care what I'm saying, and that's cool. But I'm still talking because it's my channel and you're working on it. I hope that you find it in your heart to understand that how you carrying on is childlike, whatever happened in the past, and we all going to die. We legit all going to die, and nothing else matters after you die. And I'm not telling you to make amends. At that point, I can't control how you feel. How you feel is valid, right? So I'm not telling you to make amends. That's not what I'm doing here. What I'm simply telling you is I hope you could find it in your heart to put aside your feelings towards certain situations and understand that there's bigger things in this world. I'm not speaking self-righteously, but I just hope as well that you could understand and separate the situation from me being a streamer who works hard and brings stuff to people and try to have a good time. That me and you could vibe again, because you're really off-putting a lot of stuff by being this way while everybody else is chilling and you're being like this, and you think this is the correct way or the appropriate way to behave. It's not. I tell you this as a significantly younger person than you. Imagine that. Imagine I have to come out and speak like this. Like I say, you're probably not caring too much, and that's fine, because you know you have your own mind and stuff. But I wish sometime in the future you could shake off this whole thing and be like, hey boy Brandon, I was being silly then, knock a few bears and chill, because you're letting this come in between me. Because the more you talk about something like this, is the more I have nothing to do with the situation, and it's making me look at you in a certain light now, boy. You know? It's making you look at like you can't let go something at all. So you know what I'm saying to me, boss? Is that if me and you ever was to get into something and I make a mistake, you not going and forgive me. And you're going elsewhere and be like, Brandon this and Brandon that. And I don't want that. That's what you're showing me right now. So it's showing me I can't make a mistake with you now. You know? That's what your behavior right now is showing me. That I can't do anything. So, you know? I hope you chill out a little bit. You relax. And you come to your senses that life is more about this pettiness that you have going on, right? I appreciate that. Like I say, I know you probably don't care. That's a small thing. But I just state my piece because, you know, I was working too hard and not friendly with everybody. And this situation is so ridiculous. So I just need to end on that note, say my piece, because I listen and I hear you out. And you're showing that you don't care. So I had to state my piece as a leaving. Everybody, on that note, have a good night. It was wonderful being here for the 4th year in a row, carrying out Streaming Tobago Carnival for you guys. This was fun. Every aspect of it was fun. I regret nothing this year. I will do it all again next year. You guys will see me again next year, of course, providing I am alive, providing I'm in good health. You all would see me in Tobago again for Carnival for 5th year next year, okay? So thank you for all the support. This is our last night, unfortunately, on the sister island. Tomorrow will be our last half a day on the island as we depart 12 p.m. tomorrow. It was beautiful. Thank you for everything. I am eternally gracious for you guys being awesome as always. And and I would see you guys tomorrow. Sorry, Sheeta, true. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Enjoy your rest. I am out. And just be reminded that we have Jamaica in our thoughts and prayers, as they're about to experience a ungodly like hurricane. That is a category 5 with 175 mile per hour winds for no reason. So we keep our brothers and sisters in Jamaica in our prayers and thoughts. If you guys have family, please contact them throughout tomorrow and Tuesday, as they have a category 5 hurricane bearing down on their island right now. So we're not going to forget about those guys. Please keep in touch with them, as this is a very catastrophic situation. Nobody would like to experience a category 5 hurricane. That is ridiculous. So on that note, I'm gonna head out. Good night. Goodbye. See you guys tomorrow.